Only the very fittest are permitted to enter for this event, and in a moment or two you will see why. It is the Sedbergh School cross-country run. 10 miles of difficult rolling moorland.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 144th year of the Wilson Run race and the 140th year of the race itself, being live streamed digitally across the globe.
A special welcome to our friends in Vietnam, Singapore, Hong Kong, China, Australia and New Zealand who are staying up especially late to join us for the live stream of the race.
And indeed those in the USA and Canada who are getting up early, and to our friends in Africa and Europe. Ben, did you know it's raining? What are the chances of that happening in Sedbergh?
2 years in a row.
I know.
Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought I was going to bring this just to sort of stop the beating.
Your parasol.
Yeah, my
Yes.
parasol. The beating sun on my face.
Yeah, who knew they could be used for rain as well?
Yeah.
But, you know, so the film crew always get to sort of stay in the dry when we get filmed.
Yeah, I'm nice to dry anyway.
That's good.
Yeah.
Anyway, great night last night. How many people did we have at the pre-race dinner?
We had record numbers again, so 174 people joined us for the dinner, which was fantastic. Lots of also Bulgarians,
Parents?
parents, staff, friends of the school, but it was especially nice to have so many parents with us for the dinner because they got to experience the sort of pre-race atmosphere for the sort of children who'll be running today.
Indeed. Right, now earlier we caught up with the school archivist Katie de la Riviere to talk about the history of the Wilson Run race. So Katie, you are the school archivist and have been for the last 18 years, so if anyone should know about the history of the Wilson Run, it's you. Tell us about it.
So the Wilson Run was founded in 1881 by Bernard Wilson, who was a really important character in Sedbergh's history for lots of reasons, but one of the things that he did was he brought long distance running to Sedbergh. The Wilson Run started as a paper chase, so the masters would gather on the steps of Lupton House with sacks slung over their back full of tiny slips of paper. They'd take their penknife as they set off and cut a little hole in their sack, and they'd just leave this trail of tiny bits of paper that marked the course for the boys to follow.
And do you think they knew where they were going when they first set out on this venture?
I imagine that they will have, because it was established as, it was called at the time, the 10-mile paper chase. So I think they'd have had an idea of the route to make sure that they reached that distance.
And I always wondered whether they ran out of paper halfway around, or they could have done.
Oh, interesting question. That's not recorded in the archives, but perhaps they did one year. Who knows?
Who knows? Who knows? Now, this year is a special year for us.
Yes, that's right. So this year is 125 years since Pumphrey set the record that lasted for 94 years. So in 1899, he was racing against Grandage. Grandage had won the previous year, and they were really well matched runners, so they ran neck and neck for a lot of the course. We know that Grandage himself pulled away as they were going up Hellthwaite Lane and managed to keep that lead, so he came through Danny Bridge by himself and onto the Garsdale Road. But as he was coming up to Garsdale Chapel, Pumphrey managed to catch him up, having sprinted along, and he regained his lead. And it's really interesting that we actually have a letter from one of Pumphrey and Grandage's contemporaries that describe a moment in the race a few minutes later. So apparently this is in the words of Dr. Elliot Murray, who was a contemporary of them both. He was in Cedric House, and in later life he wrote, "They ran neck and neck for the last 4 miles until about 100 yards from the finish, when Pumphrey turned to Grandage and said, Well, goodbye, I must leave you now. And off he sprinted. You've just got to love that kind of casual confidence that he had. And he clearly saved enough juice in his legs that he just knew he was going to sprint to the finish and win.
And were these two chaps, were they friends?
Actually, I don't know that. I imagine that's the kind of thing Norman Berry would know because he has such a knowledge of all of our runners.
Oh, indeed. Now, you say that his record stood for, was it 94 years?
94 years, yeah.
And then who beat it?
Okay, so Charles Sykes, Chuck Sykes beat the record, and it's really interesting because actually Grandage and Pumphrey were really equally matched runners, and that's perhaps one of the reasons why they set such a strong record, because they were fighting against each other. They were each pushing each other forward to achieve a really good record. Charles was essentially running by himself. His closest competitor was 10 minutes behind him at the finish line. And so he was responsible for setting his pace. There was nobody else who he was competing with. So he had to keep that pace going entirely by himself. And also the conditions that Charles was running in were much less favourable. He was running on a horrible day. It was very windy, and for the second half of the race he had snow in his face as he was running back along the road from Danny. And so what an achievement that he managed to break the record that had stood for so long in such difficult conditions.
This is actually all part of this sort of metaphor of this wonderful race, isn't it? You know, that ultimately the race is by yourself, and you strive even against the harshest of conditions. You know, if ever there was a lesson in life, this is it. So
absolutely.
And more recently, can you tell us about sort of some of the record holders?
Yeah, so Johnny Campbell broke Charles Sykes' record in 2016, and Charles was here to see him break it, and actually he was wonderful. He was so delighted for Johnny that he'd achieved that. And latterly, of course, the current record is held by Fraser Sprow, who won in 2022.
Now, more recently, girls joined the school in 2001. Can you tell me about some of those record holders?
Of course. So girls in their first year at Sedbergh started running the Wilson Run because obviously they've thrown themselves into every aspect of Sedbergh life. And our current girls record holder is Mel Hyder. She won in 2011 with a time of 1 hour, 24 minutes and 7 seconds, which is obviously a phenomenal time for anybody. She's a great runner.
Yeah, and that was really interesting hearing about the history of the Wilson Run, such heritage and tradition.
Indeed, and to hear about the rivalry between Pumphrey and Grandage. And of course, we had the great privilege of visiting the grave of Grandage when we undertook the Sedbergh School pilgrimage back in 2014.
We did. It was a real honour, and a great privilege to also visit all the other old Sedberghans that sadly passed away in the Great War.
Now, the heavens are opening again, but if you can hear us, earlier we caught up with Fraser Sprow and other Wilson Run winners.
Fraser, brilliant to speak to you.
You as well, hello.
Yeah, you across the pond, you in the United States of America?
Yes, yeah, that's right. In Boise, in Idaho.
Fantastic. So how's it all going? So that's a scholarship you got after leaving Sedbergh?
Yes, yeah, that's right. So I'm in my second semester now. So we had cross-country season, which went well. I've just finished indoor season. So we had a few races in Seattle, Washington, and then we've just had our conference in Albuquerque in New Mexico. So dealing with the altitude there and things. So that was quite interesting. And just finding my feet really with the competition and like the level out here. We're going into outdoor season in 3 weeks in California.
So that's track, is it? Track,
yes, yeah. So that'll be the outdoor track. So I'll compete in the 5K and then maybe get a mile in as well.
That's amazing. And you get to obviously sort of travel a bit of America and obviously experience the whole American university life, which is probably very similar to your fellow Sedberghian or Sedberghians in other sort of universities in the UK.
Yeah, for sure. I've become a bit of a frequent flyer as well. We seem to fly everywhere, unlike in England when we used to get the Bibbies buses with Sedbergh. It's more Delta flying now. So that's all it just takes a bit of getting used to. A sort of step up and differences there.
Amazing. And in terms of kind of running, how's it sort of changed your life in terms of the last few years?
Yeah, but I feel like I just love the competition and the challenges. I think that's why I strive so much at Sedbergh. Was just always that challenge there. Ever since I was really young as well. It was watching my older sister, who I've mentioned before, watching her run, and it sort of just gave me that excitement that I wanted to do it as well, and achieve the goals that I set out as a young boy when I was at like prep school and things.
That's really interesting, that, because you say that sort of excitement, that competition. So you had the competition of kind of wanting to be first and win races, but then going back to the Wilson Run, it's very much about that kind of competition of setting that record, which you did incredibly, in 2022. So I know that was a particular goal of yours from a very young age. So no, that's really fascinating. So in terms of like all the races you run, is there any other race that's similar to the Wilson Run in terms of the ethos and heritage of the race?
I speak quite a bit about this, and it's cropped up in recent conversations with Mr. Richardson, the old school coach. But I was just saying to him, like, I don't think that like Wilson Run Day for me, running wise, will ever be topped. It was just such a special day, and I don't think there's ever going to be another race where it's almost like you're in this bubble, and the whole school is sort of getting excited about a race like that. And it sort of meant everything to me that day. So as far as the sort of pressure and things, I don't think I'll ever feel as much pressure as I did that day, which is sort of strange because I'm competing in bigger races and things now, but it all feels a bit easy compared to then.
It really is. Obviously, for Sedbergen, we know how iconic it is, but very interesting to hear from you with all these big races now that it still really is, one of your best memories.
Yeah, massively, yeah. And it's really hard to explain to somebody who's external out of the school how big a thing it is. But no, it holds a real special place for me.
Amazing. And in terms of like the race being iconic, so what do you think it is that makes it so special in terms of just for somebody who doesn't know about the Wilson Run?
Yeah, so I think it's like the sort of buzz surrounding it within the school, the fact that everybody can compete in it. Everybody's got their own challenge, whether it was if you're going for the record, people might want to break the 2-hour margin, things like that.
Yeah.
It's just, and everybody is hopefully trying their best. Such great camaraderie within the houses. I know in Sedgwick we were all hyped up for it and ready. I'm hoping they do well again this year. Yeah.
Well, amazing. Well, I know you're busy man, Fraser. So obviously we'll sort of let you go. But when hopefully you're going to come back to Sedbergen anytime soon in terms of visit us in the Old Sedbergen Club.
Yes, yeah, for sure. Hopefully pretty soon.
Yeah. When are you next back? Are you back sort of Easter time or in summer?
Back, I think it's the end of May. When it sort of depends when my outdoor season ends, but yeah, hopefully around that time, I think.
Amazing to see you. And have you got any sort of words for the runners for race day?
Just wish you all the best of luck. Enjoy the occasion. It's such a special day. I'm sure you'll remember it, hopefully like me, for a few years to come, and then you can come back as old Sedbergians and sort of recollect and speak about the times you had. But yeah, best of luck and run hard.
Amazing. Thanks so much, Fraser. Hope we catch up soon, and best of luck. Keep going well with your running.
Thank you very much. Good luck, guys.
So we're here with Peter Johnston, double winner of the Wilson Run, 58 to 59, Harthouse 54 to 59. Peter, great privilege to have you here today. What are your thoughts about being back here on Wilson Run Day?
It's a great honour to come back, and I love the occasion. I just find that my memory is failing me now because after 65 years, some of the detail of the course has lost me. But I understand now there are all the flags and masters there to guide one over the course. But back in 5:59, I do remember coming up onto Borfell and feeling slightly lost and trying to remember the actual route. But anyway, it came back successfully.
Well, that's good. And why do you think that the race has such an enduring legacy for people?
It's interesting. I think it's a challenge, and certainly in my case, I was not really expected to do very well, but and it gives everybody a chance who's reasonably fit to have a go and make an effort of it. But now probably with the elite runners, a chance of an outsider winning or actually winning are a little bit short. But it's a chance to show your challenge, come up to the challenge, and really enjoy it, although it's really hard work, I must say.
And what's your message to the competitors today?
Give it your all. Get out in front early and see if you can stay there.
Peter Johnson, double Wilson Run winner, 58.59. It's been a great privilege to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So we're here with Bill Graham, Hart House 56.61, winner of the 10 mile in 61. Bill, it's a great privilege to be here. What's it like standing in the yard on the day of the Wilson Run?
It's always lovely coming up here for these meetings. It's a very emotional time as well because it brings back memories, and I'm here with my brother, so that's all part of the enjoyment. I mean, it's a historic day when you consider the 10 miles have been run for, since 1881, 82 was it? So it's been going on for many years. And I think the magic about it is that it's an open race for all boys and girls who are here at the school. And when you run, you're thinking about the history, and you may not necessarily be thinking about winning, but it's just taking part. And when you're running in this sort of countryside and the views around here, again, that's part of the magic process.
Indeed, and the Wilson Run has got an enduring legacy for many, many Ulsterbergians. Why do you think that is?
I think because of the friendships you make for a start, and there's always something to talk about. And certainly when I was standing on the start line with Johnny Gardner and Norman Berry, those again were special memories for me, and they're an important part of the contribution they made to the history of the 10 mile.
What would be your message to the competitors today?
First of all, enjoy yourself. I mean, if you're in the top dozen or so who expect to have a good race, just concentrate on staying up near the front, and then you've got to get your timing right of when am I going to start making a push, when am I going to start running ahead. And that's the other important thing. Are you good at running downhill? Are you good at running uphill? Have you got the stamina? And also, have you done the training?
Bill Graham, winner of the Wilson Run, 1961. Been a great privilege to talk to you. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jan. A pleasure.
Jan, it was brilliant to hear from the past winners.
It was. Some iconic names there, including your own, of course, because you're a Wilson Run winner yourself. Now, the race itself wouldn't happen without its race director.
And earlier today, I caught up with Richard Wells.
I'm now with Richard Wells, our race director for the Wilson Run in the Ulsterbergian Studios. Richard, can you tell us a bit about the course conditions at the moment?
Morning, Ben. The course has been unprecedentedly wet this year. The rainfall that we've had throughout the qualifiers has meant that the Bowfell in particular has been completely saturated. The track down from 10 Mile Lane End down to Cotley has been really muddy over the qualifiers, and unfortunately there's not really been any let up in the rain, and so it's going to be really tricky conditions out there for them today.
Yeah, no, really interesting, because it's really going to take a lot out of the legs and just that extra work that we're going to have to do, sort of, like you say, Bowfell, which we can see on the map here, and obviously the kind of crossings at Thrushgill, Akasakabeck, Muddy Slide, they're going to be pretty challenging, aren't they, with all this sort of water?
They are, and there's been a lot of water come down those. So we've got 2 marshals and rope crossings to help the pupils get across safely. So yeah, hopefully it'll be okay today, and it's a bit of fun for them to go across.
Fascinating. Well, that's interesting there for our viewers, because this race doesn't just happen, does it? You know, the logistics behind it, it's a lot of work for you and your team. So can you just sort of tell the viewers in terms of like how it works with the marshals around the course and you know, from a safety point of view?
Sure. I mean, when it comes to Wilson Run Day, we try and include as many people from the entirety of the staff. There's not just teachers, there's people from all over the staff body involved. We've got 100 marshals out there today. Wow. We've got some people doing control zones, particularly up across Bowfell. We've got sweepers at the back of the course. We've got safety staff on standby in case there's any incidents. We've got medical staff. So there's real loads of different people all there to support the pupils.
Amazing. And in terms of like last year, for viewers dialing into the live stream that have probably seen the sort of finish line, so obviously the finish on sort of Lupton Fields now, that's makes it a lot safer too, doesn't it? Because you've got all the kind of safety vehicles there, the various tents and stuff to sort of look after the pupils as they come through and give the right kind of support.
Sure, I mean, I think there's a really good atmosphere on Lupton Field now, because we've got the prep school pupils come down, we've got the pipe band, we've got the town people, we've got parents, all the pupils from the houses, all creating this massive funnel of noise for the pupils when they come down the home straight. And certainly the feedback that we've had from pupils from the last few years is it's a really special atmosphere that we can create on Lupton Field and safely for everybody involved.
No, it's incredible, and a massive thank you to your team of marshals and support crew that organised this fantastic race. So on that note, there's obviously the farmers as well that we need to thank as well, don't we? Because obviously they play a huge part.
We try and liaise with the farmers as closely as we can and make diversions where appropriate, and obviously the race couldn't take place without their support. So we're really appreciative of the great relationships and the communication that we've got with those, and how helpful they are to allow us to put this race on.
No, it is incredible, and a big thank you to them. And in terms of the race numbers, so what we're looking like in terms of the field for the Wilson?
Sure. Last year we had a new record of 205, and I'm happy to say that we've managed to equal that this year. So there's 205 qualifiers for today. So yeah, hopefully new records will be broken.
That's amazing. Well, Richard, it's been a pleasure having you in the studio. Good luck with everything with the race.
Thank you.
And we'll probably catch up with you again later on.
Thank you, and thank you to the West Club for all the support that they give to the race. It's really appreciated by the pupils and the staff alike. So thank you.
Our pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben, that was absolutely fascinating. The Wilson Run, it is the most complex and arduous school race in Great Britain. So the logistics behind that is really quite substantial, isn't it?
It really is, and you can't underestimate how many people are involved in supporting Richard and his team. That's everything from marshals, to all our staff all out on the course, to the farmers who do a massive support.
Well, indeed, the farmers. Without the farmers, and we really are grateful to you for allowing us to hold this race, because otherwise it just wouldn't happen. So we are extremely grateful.
It's a real community effort.
It is indeed. It is indeed.
Yeah, and so we've heard now from past winners, the race director. I think it's time to hear from the runners.
Indeed.
So earlier we caught up with some of the runners.
How are preparations going for the race?
It's going good. I think I've had a bit of difficulties with injuries and things this term, so it's all calmed down now, so I'm feeling quite ready. Couldn't run at all really last time. I was sort of at the back of group 3, group 4 getting pushed, and so with the teachers how it worked way forward, so now sort of up with group 1 and doing all the races and things.
But I didn't do anything over Christmas, and I was like, oh, I think I've lost all my fitness and stuff. But then, like even with the epics, I only did one, so I was like, oh, I might have lost a lot of fitness. But since the qualifiers have happened, then yeah, I'd say, especially after last week when I kept staying at the front and I wasn't, dying at the front, I felt like I could run at this pace pretty nicely. So
it's been like the Whistle's always been something I've wanted to do quite well in, so I've definitely been thinking about it for quite a while.
The runs leading up to all the epics, and then obviously I've gone on to do the qualifiers, so not too bad. But other than that, I've not really done that much running. But
yeah, you a runner or are you more?
No, I'm not a runner at all. But when an opportunity like this comes around, you just got to give it a good crack.
I think it's going okay. I've ran all the I ran quite a lot of the epics last half term, and then I've also ran all the qualifiers. I ran 2 at my own pace and 2 trying to help people around.
Quite confident. This year though, the training's not been great as I've been injured since October, but the last few weeks I've done 2 epics and my fitness has come along well.
Really good. I've been enjoying just how much everyone's putting so much effort in, and all the teachers, the students just getting ready and preparing for such a big race in the school. With the time, I think definitely when I tried to qualify, it was definitely about the time. and definitely after, I was really looking forward to getting people around. I think it's a really special moment, just your friends, getting them to the last point. I think it's just such a special thing that I think most of us will all remember.
It's all about the preparation, in a sense, if that makes sense. The epics are like, as I'm sure you'll know, like you're the steps towards the qualifiers, and the qualifiers are the steps towards the Wilson. So yeah, it's a good preparation scheme. I'd probably say that in terms of confidence, it's more confidence than nerves. I know it sounds weird, because obviously if you've done like racing before, I'm sure you have, then you'll know at the start line you'll be feeling really nervous. But in this sense, I've never felt more calm, because I know I've done all the preparation I can do, and that should be the same for anyone really. If you do enough preparation for anything, for a subject or for running or for rugby or for sport generally, you know, you'll feel very calm about your situation, because you know you have everything under control.
Much tougher than I expected. I'd never really ran what would be called a long run here. I sort of 10k max. But then sort of go out and you got all these sort of new problems to deal with, like making sure you eat the night before.
And the terrain.
I'm from down south, so the hills were.
It's a whole new experience.
I wasn't quite expecting it.
And was it something you always wanted to do, the Wilson, when you came to Sedgwick?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's sort of a rite of passage type thing. So, yeah, I definitely thought I'd give it a go.
Just the fact that like, everyone that you've worked with for the last 5 years, and everyone that's been in the sixth form or joined or stayed, they're all in the same boat. Everyone's trying to do the same goal, which is to run the Wilson. So, and then on the race day, it comes around and it's like you'll be running up 10 Mile Lane, and someone will come up the side of you, and you'll be like, oh, there you are. Definitely when you're coming into the finish line, you come down the middle on Lupton pitch, and everyone's there. That's pretty special.
When you get here, it's definitely a whole thing, like you have to do the Wilson, which I think it's really like a unique thing about this school, that we're probably like one of the only schools who do something like this, and just being a part of it, I think is really amazing.
It's a very old tradition, so it's sort of, you've got the sort of culmination of events, as in like you've got the dinner the night before, and then you've got the concert that evening, and it's a big sort of, it shows the sort of the culture of the school, in that it's a really tough run, and everyone, or like almost everyone in sixth form at least gives it a go, and it shows good camaraderie.
In terms of strategy, have you got a strategy for the race? If so, you'd like to tell me? Is that top secret?
I wouldn't say it's a very it's quite widespread. Just try and keep going. Run on the downhills and the flats, and try and run on.
Just keep moving.
Keep moving.
I'm confident to finish it this year, so that'll be good. But yeah, I'm just ready to enjoy it and get it done.
Yeah, because last year you were unfortunate to sort of hit the wall.
I dropped all my gels in the first thrush gun, I think it was, and I felt good on both hells, so I didn't take anything, which is the stupid mistake.
And
then hit the road and absolutely bonked. It was awful.
It was awful to watch, because we caught you on the live stream, so fingers crossed for this year, and I'm sure you've learned a lot in terms of moving to those gels.
Probably set off a bit quicker this year. Last year got stuck behind a bit, and I was really just chasing the whole race, whereas this year I probably rather,
dictate the race yourself.
Rather than just reacting.
I'm nervous, I won't lie, quite nervous for it, but feeling good, feeling strong at the moment, so I'm just hoping for a good race day. I would love to get top 6, just have to see on the day. Love to be on front row as well, I think that would be a big achievement.
That'd be amazing.
I mean, I'm just going to try and pace myself, because I know it all starts very quick, and I'm going to try and get in the zone and try my best, but I just want to enjoy it really, because I feel like if you go too fast, you don't enjoy it, and you don't get the placing you want, then it's all a bit disappointing. I feel like it's more about trying to enjoy it. Road used to be like my weak point, so I tried to like build on it a bit, and I think it's worked, so I'm starting to enjoy it.
What would it mean to win the Wilson Man?
Mean a lot. I've been training like 2 years now for this, and last year I was a bit disappointed with the second place, so just be a relief if I can win.
I mean, quite a lot.
Yeah.
Watched the race from a very young age,
Yeah.
so like to be the person coming down the line first would be quite incredible.
I think also for girls, it's very empowering just finishing first and just like waiting for everybody to cheer you on. I think it'll be really cool for someone to win, yeah.
And in terms of the race, do you think it's more of a mental challenge or physical?
I'd probably say mental. I mean, physically, like, everyone's capable of running. It's just whether you can decide whether to run that far across the fells.
Yeah.
For me personally, I'd go mental challenge.
Yeah.
Purely because you're alone for most of the race, and you're racing against other people, but you're racing against your own thoughts at the same time. If that makes sense.
Yeah,
you're sort of contradicting yourself. Should I stop? Should I slow down? There's no one behind me. I could have a break for a second, but as soon as you do that, the person's that far apart from you now. So it's very much a mental game, running as a sport generally, but especially in the Wilson Run. Yeah, it'll be really tough on yourself.
Just telling myself like I can do it more than focusing on the pain in my legs or that I don't know, I have a cramp or something. I think just having the mentality of I can do it, I'm almost there, and just telling yourself that you can keep doing it is a really important thing to it.
The course, what's your favourite bit of the course?
The end, yeah, definitely.
Yeah, the end, the finish, getting to the finish line? Yeah. That's an honest answer.
Yeah,
I would say probably Borfell. I think it's quite contradictory because people hate it, but I think the technical parts as well, going up and down the muddy slide, I think I quite like that.
I really like coming down to Courtley. I don't think many people like it because it's quite like thin path, loads of like prickly bushes. But I don't know, it's kind of like with this long run song in my head as well, just like imagining it going behind. I do like till Courtley. I mean, we've done that so many times now between the qualifiers and things. I love that sort of single track lane. I think
it's a bit like a little racetrack, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can wind around.
And trying to like overtake people as well. It's really it's weird trying to sort of get around. But I think the ground on that bit's so nice to run on. We were all saying that the other day. It's sort of because it's not too soft but not too. Yeah, it's a really nice bit of a track.
You're absolutely right there, because that's the tricky bit. If you are stuck behind somebody slow, to kind of get past them, you've got to find a little opportunity to sort of get the space and whiz around them.
You have to put a lot of trust in your shoes.
Yes.
That's what I always think. Yeah.
Have you got good shoes?
Good shoes, Innos. Quite like them actually. They're quite the bright yellow though, which is a bit. It's not bad. Clashes with my running vest.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Well, if we have a scenario like in 1994 when Charles Sykes got lost in the fog and Borfell, we'll be able to see your shoes.
But I can imagine just running down Lupton Field, seeing all the people on your left and right, screaming for you to do well, and it would just be such an emotional sort of, journey that you will have been on. All the hard work that you've done over the past however many years, months, weeks is finally paying off, and you're seeing that from so many people who are giving you such good feedback at the time and are excited for you as well. That's really, positive.
I really enjoy when you're like in the landscape and you can see the fells and just you're like up above, kind of like on top of the world. I think it's really amazing.
Well, that was really interesting to hear from the pupils.
And they must be feeling quite nervous right now. How are you feeling before your race?
Yeah, a mixture of things really. Nervous, excited.
Did you have confidence? Always have confidence. Of course, you said very good. Fair enough. Okay. Now, we've talked about people who have made this race possible. We talked about the race director. We talked about the staff here at the school. We talked about the local community and the farmers who've helped us. But also, I think we have sponsors.
Yes, indeed. So we were very grateful for a number of sponsors that have allowed us to sort of put on this great show today and bring the Wilson Run to you and to your homes. So we caught up with our various sponsors who are going to tell you a bit about what they do.
Bob Peters, Old Luptonian, one of our main sponsors from Travel Counsellors. Welcome to the OS Club. Can you tell us a bit about what you do?
Thank you. Good to be here, first of all. So yes, I run my own travel business. I'm based down in the south of England. I have a fantastic portfolio of clients, many of whom are OSs. and I look after slightly the higher end of the market. So anyone who wants to go away and explore the world, whether it's by private jet, a private villa, a luxury holiday, long haul, short haul, city break, train travels, cruises, you name it, I can do it.
And you look after us very well in the Osborne Foundation, so thank you very much. Now, did you do the Wilson Run in your time?
I unfortunately did. I managed to get out of it in the first year. I was delighted to get appendicitis 2 days before the race. So I spent the race in Lancaster Hospital. Second year, my last year, I didn't get appendicitis. Apparently you can only get it once. And so I had to run it, and I enjoyed it, you know. I wasn't a great runner, but I did a reasonably good time. 1:41, I looked it up the other day, and more importantly, I beat my brother's time of 1:47, so I am officially the fastest in the family. So, yeah.
Oh, well done. My competitive spirit, but more so your ability to get out of doing the Wilson Run. I think that should really go in Norman Berry's book about ingenious ways to avoid doing the race. So have you got a message for the runners later today?
I do. Enjoy it. I know it looks miserable out there and low cloud cover, and it's a bit wet, and it's certainly boggy underfoot. Take care going over the rivers. But, you know, there's going to be so many of you do it, 200, I think, this year almost. So do it with a smile on your face. You know, maybe your first or last time doing it. It's an amazing achievement. It's something to be really proud of. It's something I look back upon as my school career with very fond memories. And stay safe, but enjoy it and do it with a smile on your face.
Bob Peters, travel counsellors, Old Lupton in also Bergian, thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Ben, that was great to hear about from the sponsors. Enormously generous people. They support us, not just with this, of course, but with a lot of other aspects for the school and the OS Club. So thank you to them. Now, Ben, I think we should really get out of the rain. What do you think?
You reckon? No, I'm enjoying this.
I think I'm just...
I've got to the point where I can't really get much wetter to
my shoes. I'm getting trench foot. Probably quite good that we're stood next to the cloisters.
Yeah, I agree. I think we should make our way back to the studio, ready to sort of get ready for the start of the race. But while we make our way back, we're going to leave you with a bit of an insight in terms of Norman Berry's book that he wrote about the Wilson Run.
So, Katie de la Riviere, School Archivist of Sedbergh School. I see you have the Wilson Run book here. Can you tell me about it?
Absolutely. This book was written by Norman Berry, who's the historian of the Wilson Run. He won the race in 1962, and he set about writing to all of the past winners of the race to collect their correspondence and their photographs, and he put these together in the most amazing albums. And then for the centenary of the race in the 1980s, he put all of that together with an enormous number of statistics and an account of every single race into a book which recorded the entire history of the run. And more recently, he's brought that right up to date with this second edition of the book that tells the full story of the race right from the start.
And it's a unique compendium, isn't it, of this historical race?
It's amazing because it has accounts from individuals who won the race, people who were observing, letters written back over 100 years with photographs from all sorts of different primary sources. So it's a really amazing book. We're so lucky to have this.
And of course, the Berrys are great runners. Yes. So, you know, we hope that maybe Duncan and future Berrys will continue looking after this book.
Absolutely, yes. Well, we have Berry still in the school now, and it's been so lovely to see subsequent generations and their eagerness to follow Norman in running.
So when Norman first started writing then to past winners, do you know how far back he got?
He tried to contact either the runners themselves or, for people who've died, their descendants. So he tried to seek out some form of communication with either the runner themselves or the descendants right back to 1881.
Oh, right. So possibly even he was getting hold of people who maybe won in the early 1900s.
Yeah, yeah.
Gosh, that's amazing.
It was such an amazing feat. Well done, Norman.
And it's a good read, isn't it? It's not just a compendium of times. It's actually, there's a lot of drama in this book.
It's really interesting. As you say, there's a lot of drama. There are loads of stories. There are loads of almost near misses of things that could have gone wrong. It tells the story of people who were absolutely pegged to be winners, but what went wrong in their particular year. Because obviously with the Wilson Run, there's so much at stake in any run. The weather can change. People can sprain an ankle, get lost in the mist, as Charles Sykes famously did. And so actually this book records those personal stories as well as the informational side, the statistics. And
Yeah, because there's so many variables, and would that be right to say there's really no race is the same? That there's always drama every year.
Oh,
something different happens.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely. Yeah. But it's quite funny because every year it records the weather, because going right back to the start, the Hostel News, as it was called, which was the Wilson Run Times, recorded what the weather was like, and so us being British, we pay great close attention to that, and that does impact on the runners and on their experience.
Oh, indeed. Katie, thank you very much for talking about this book.
You're welcome. Thank you.
So we're here with Bill Hartley, who is the father of Tom Hartley, who's presently running around the 10 and a sponsor of the OS Club. Bill, what do you sort of make of all this and the Wilson Run?
Well, I came first of all about, must be 30 odd years ago, and I just love the idea of the Wilson Run. And I was saying a few moments ago that a couple of weeks ago I spent the afternoon with Peter Johnson, who's a legend for having won the race twice, and I hear he's celebrating his 65th anniversary of his first win today, and I'm told he's here. So the whole thing just kind of inspires me. I think it's wonderful.
Thank you. So you're about to set off on the 10?
Yep.
What time are you hoping to do it in?
Well, it was 1:45 last time, so hopefully hour and a half. So
no, that'd be respectable. You do that.
Than last time, so we'll give it a go.
Yeah. And what are you expecting the conditions to be like?
Very muddy. Very muddy.
Why do you think the Wilson Run has such an enduring interest?
It's well, it's iconic, isn't it? 10 miles over rough grounds. You do it when you're younger, and yeah, it's torture at the time, but you look back and it's fond memories. It's a good time.
Good. Well, good luck today, and hope you make it around safely.
Thank you very much.
Simon Beaufoy, Pole House, 1983 to 1985. Just been around the 10. How was it?
It was really nice. Not as muddy as I thought it was going to be, given how much rain there's been. Lovely views, no rain, and my knees held out, which was very important for an old man of 57. Yeah, so I really enjoyed it.
And why do you think the Wilson Run has such an enduring legacy for people?
I think it's a really tough race, but it's a really wonderful race. It's got fording of streams, muddy banks to run down, beautiful Borfell. It's sort of really challenging, but just about manageable for everybody, I'd say, but a real challenge.
Have you got a message for the competitors today?
Good luck, that's all. Have a lovely day out.
Excellent. Simon Beaufoy, Pole House, 83 to 85. Thank you very much. It's been a great privilege.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, bye. So we're here with Duncan Berry, chairman of the OS Club. Duncan, you've been around the 10. How are you feeling?
Glad for getting around it. Thank you, Jan. It's brutal. It was fantastic that the weather actually held off. The temperature is fantastic, but the mud is phenomenal. It's over your knees in parts, so I take my hats off even before they started to the runners today. Good luck to the boys, girls doing it, because they will have a fantastic time, but it is brutal.
Good. Well, there you have it from the chairman of the OS Club. Duncan, always a privilege. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jan.
Welcome to the 140th Wilson Run race being live streamed from Sedbergh School across the globe. Jan van der Velde and Ben Collins. So Ben, that microclimate around the cloisters was quite wet there, wasn't it? But it's suddenly dried out. I'm really pleased.
It seemed to just around the cloisters.
Extraordinary. And also you managed to get a haircut and just running from the cloisters to here, which was
There's a
very
good barber's
good.
just by Evan's house.
And I changed my shirt, which was good.
Indeed, yeah.
So, exciting race today.
It is indeed.
Because the weather has dried out a bit, hasn't it? And it's looking better.
The course is still pretty wet out there from all the runners that have been around this morning. They're saying that it's particularly boggy. Lots of people coming up sort of to their sort of knees.
I saw the chairman of the OS Club said he was complaining about that really, but he complains about a lot, doesn't he? The Berries, of course. Duncan being the son of Norman Berry, the sort of the author, of course, of the Wilson Run book, and the Wilson Run winner. So, and who else have you been catching up with today?
We've been catching up with lots of Ulcerbergians. So we've had a lunch in Queen's Hall, which has been absolutely packed, full of Ulcerbergians and parents and friends of the school. So various people, past winners, recent leavers, which is great to see lots of kind of people that have left in the last few years. So yeah,
and we had a fantastic dinner last night.
We did, yeah. As we mentioned at the start of the show, that yeah, we had you know, a good group of people, and we had lots of singing. We sang the long run, sang Winder, and it was really inspirational too, because we heard from Roger Moore, who was master in charge of running in the 60s up until 1982, and also master in charge of the Wilson Run up until.
And he taught me actually in my time.
Yeah.
So it was great to hear from him.
Yeah.
And to have Bill Canning back, the oldest Wilson Run winner.
Yes.
And
he's starting the race, so we'll see.
He's starting the race today, so it's a great honour to see him. So does this bring back memories for you? Because you were a Wilson Run winner yourself, in case anyone didn't know that.
I think lots of people know now.
Only because I told them. I'm your PR agent.
A few times, yeah. So yeah, no, it does. But obviously, you know, working here, I'm sort of surrounded by those memories. But I was saying before, wasn't I? When I can sort of outside our office is just right by the start line. So I'm almost getting the nerves, the sort of pre-race nerves. I can sort of see everybody warming up, and you know, I almost feel like I'm about to run. So yeah.
So when did you win the race?
2002.
2002.
So, yeah.
So what was your preparation, say, in the months leading up to it? Did you do a lot of training?
Well, I did, yeah. In my last year, the year that I sort of won the race in 2002, had good preparation up until about a half term of the Lent term of this term, and then I injured my ankle, did some ligament damage, so I had to sort of be extra careful there, do sort of some sort of cycling and swimming and things. But yeah, it kind of.
So I just ask, because I think one of the favourites today.
Yeah.
Is it Dan? I think who's also injured.
Yes. So he's been out and he's sort of only come back, sort of probably running in the last few weeks. So yeah, so it's just kind of cardiovascularly sort of keeping that kind of fitness up, really.
And that was obviously successful for you.
Yes. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, it's obviously not the same as obviously running, but if you just keep things ticking over, then you know.
And then, so it came to, you know, say the night before. Did you sleep? Were you nervous?
No, I don't think I was by the time. I was just excited to kind of get things going. Obviously, if you didn't have a few butterflies before the race, you probably, you know, that's a good thing to have, isn't it? But yeah, I think I was just ready to get it sorted.
And now in our day, the Wilson Run competitors, they would get a special breakfast.
Yes.
Did you get that?
No, I don't think I did.
No,
it was just a normal kind of. It was in Pole House, so it was just a normal.
Oh well, see, lots of times we've got steak and chips, all sorts of
for
things.
breakfast.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, yeah. Well, these things get better in the telling. You understand? The older we get, the sadder it gets.
I forgot to say I had smoked salmon and scrambled eggs.
But you caught yourself in the river, did you?
Yeah, the morning.
Yes, yeah. So, and of course, you interviewed some of the competitors. We just saw that on the pre-show there.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know, they sound. It's a great thing about Sedbergians. You know, that there's still that same competitive spirit. I love the fact that they've helped each other, you know, around the course and things, just to help others to qualify. It is as I was saying last night, it is much about team spirit as it is about individual achievement.
Absolutely, it really is, and you know, it's just been magical to see that over the last few weeks. There's been stories, as we heard in the interviews with pupils, where you know people have kind of got round in the first week and then decided to then help all these other people throughout the other trials, which is just incredible, really, isn't it? Just, you know, you think that running is often viewed as an individual sport, but you know, a lot of teamwork's involved.
And talking of teamwork, the Wilson Run Day, it's really supported by the whole school. Everybody gets involved, pupils, the staff, a lot of outside volunteers.
Yeah.
And you know that is one of the marvellous things to see, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed.
How a place comes together.
Absolutely, and you can see now we've got some footage of the Lupton Yard, your old house yard,
My old house yard.
Famous for kind of sort of holding the runners before they get ready to race. So I think there's a bit of there's some music going on, which we probably can't kind of pick up on the cameras, but yeah, it's people sort of warming up, getting to sort of speak to their friends and wish each other luck. So, yeah.
Yeah. So again, did you do that in your day? Is this a new thing?
I didn't do the. I think there's been a bit of Zumba going on, but I didn't.
Yeah, we didn't have Zumba. I don't think it was invented then. So, otherwise, we're millionaires now.
Any portable speakers that would obviously boost out the sort of the sound.
We probably did the very rugby thing and roll our shoulders or something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So now we are being joined by a double Wilson Run winner, Peter Johnston. We're just going to get him mic'd up and sat down, and then he's going to give us a few words of wisdom. Of course, we heard from him briefly earlier on, and I think it's just 65 years since.
That's right, 65 since his first win. Yeah.
Yes, I mean, to win once is good, but to win twice is just showing off, really, don't you think?
It's pretty special, I think.
So, and we did speak to, of course, another double Wilson Run winner who's out in Texas.
Yes, Gerald
Tyler.
Gerald Tyler.
Yes.
So, yeah, unfortunately, we had a quick catch up, but the sort of the Wi-Fi connection in Texas just wasn't as strong as we'd hoped. But here we are. We got Peter with us. This is the live.
Peter, welcome to our studios. And good to see you again. It was good to see you this morning.
Thank you.
So what's the atmosphere like out there?
It's getting very exciting. I can just sort of feel the tension. They're all warming up in the yard there.
Does it take
as in our day, we just used to wander around rather, you know.
Well, I was just saying
it's all much more professional these days.
I was saying to Jan, I've almost getting the butterflies. I don't know whether you get the butterflies.
Oh yes, I can just feel some of the guys who are sort of being expected to do well, feeling the pressure now, and
we've got sorry to interrupt there, Peter. We've got a wolf leading a Zumba session. So
yes,
it's not actually a wolf. I think it's.
So this is obviously a new thing for this year. So
well, imagine what some of them are thinking.
Did you have a sort of a housemaster or somebody dressed up as a wolf in your day, or
no? It was just sort of lunch and get up there, and then the lineup was sort of dictated by sort of one of the sort of prime runners of prefects, sort of. Well, I'm at the front, and so second, and and then you're at the back, really. So I think on the first occasion I sort of set off at number 3 or 4 or something like that, and thought to myself, if I don't start very quickly, I'm going to get run over here. So decided that a bit of speed off the mark was the key, and that seemed to work really. Yes, sort of I arrived at 10 Mile Lane about 5 or 6, and then ran up Green Hill and down Thrush Gill, and suddenly found myself at the front and thought, well, I might as well have a go at this. and it stayed that way, yes.
So having 2 Wilson Run winners here, I do feel the odd one out here. But did you ever pass on some of your tips to other, the juniors, as it were?
There were no real tips, really. It's sort of a difficult one to say.
Just run.
Yeah, I've passed. My grandson's running today, and I've just told him, get off to a flying start, because otherwise you get mown down and get lost in the crowd. Really, if you can get to the front, all right. If you can't keep it up, you can't keep it up. But it gives yourself, you give yourself a chance, really.
I think from my point of view, it's pacing yourself, because in the history of the race, there's lots of people that have just got off too fast and decided to keep with certain people.
You need to get into a rhythm.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah. I think the speed at the start is to get into a position where you can get a rhythm. Whereas if you're sort of left in the pack, people are in front and behind, and you miss out on that. So it's keeping a rhythm, and then just trying to sort of keep it going as fast as you can.
Yeah. And did the Wilson Run Day, did it have the same sense of excitement as it does today?
Probably not, to be honest. I didn't feel there was that sort of... The crowds were, the spectators, the parents and things. It was a little bit, it's another school event, and fine, and the concert just was the rounding off of it, really.
And of course, we have the Wilson Run dinner the night before, which is something that started a few years ago, has grown and grown, and now one of our most successful events. And of course, 174 people were there last night, and you were there.
Yeah.
And that actually starts to set the atmosphere, doesn't it?
It does, immensely, yes. Yeah. And it's, people of all ages, and probably those who've, never done particularly well in it, but feel it's an occasion and an event that it's nice to be part of.
It was nice. I think last night we had the So Bags, which is the Sedborough boys and girls sort of music group, which was fantastic, really. That actually all added to the atmosphere, and I'm very grateful to them for coming along and
it was very nice as well. And I was wondering when the main course was coming. I was absolutely staggered when the whole of this shank of lamb arrived, which was actually delicious, but a little out-facing. But no, it was a lovely occasion.
Yeah. And Ben, I mean, it's strange, isn't it, that if you're a Wilson Run winner, that is something that stays with you for all time. It's like you're revered. This is your day, as it were.
Yeah, it's a special kind of...
But the nice thing about Sedbury is that when you're a winner, you get no tie, medal, anything, do you? You just get...
You do now. So
oh,
yeah, so yeah, a lot's changed since your day, Peter, unfortunately.
Oh, right.
So now you do get a medal, and
oh,
yes, and I believe...
are there going to be any retrospective?
Yeah, we'll have to get you one, Peter. And I think also as well that now you possibly even get, if I'm correct, headmaster's colours for the winner as well.
Oh,
so,
do you?
Yeah,
right.
so there are
well, that's fair,
accolades,
that's fair enough. Yeah,
for
so
winning.
Going back, it was, you know, there was nothing. You won it and life moved on, really. And yeah. And then next year, the following year is the worst year because then the expectations of everybody are piled on you.
Yeah.
And personally, I found that quite difficult, really. You're being, flippant, throwaway remarks all the time about, well, you're going to win it again, and
that difficult.
And if you don't, then you feel as though you've let people down.
So we've got footage here now, Peter, of the start line. So this is we've got our cameraman Dan, who's at the start line for us. Some Evans House boys, all getting ready. Some Hartonians.
And Peter, did you want to catch the start, or
no? I'm quite happy.
That's good. We don't want you to miss it if you've come all this way to watch it. So
so we'll keep. So I hope let's keep the sort of footage maybe of the start line. I think we could just see the sort of safety vehicle which had the camera in the back there. So there we go. Got everybody's numbers. So everybody's got like a tracking device similar to last year, so they can sort of be tracked by the sort of family and also from a sort of medical staff point of view. So if anything happens, they can quickly spot. There's Dan there, who we spoke to from Sedgwick House in the red vest, one of the front runners.
Now, can I just remind people who are watching across the globe that please do send in messages, osclub@sedburschool.org. We'd love to hear from you. So we had some fantastic messages last year and hope to get some this year. We're with Peter Johnson, double Wilson Run winner. So at this point in the race, what would be your thoughts just as you were lining up?
Well, the first year, when I was sort of number 3 or 4, was really just get my place and interesting to see what's going to happen. And then the following year, when you're at the front and expectations are high, the same thing really, just try and get away to a quick start, and then, as Ben says, settled into a rhythm, and hopefully that rhythm is sufficient to keep you in that position rather than you go backwards, or probably not to be going too far in front and feeling that you're doing too much too quickly.
Yeah. Brilliant. So I think we've got 2 minutes to go now to the start, so let's see if we can kind of get some footage.
But the starter, I've had lunch with the starter. He's a lovely man, isn't he? And
yes,
he won it in 1948, which is staggering, really.
Yeah.
I've been pulling his leg and saying, "Do you know there's never been a false start?"
No, he's an incredible man, Captain Bill Canning. So yeah, he's probably just out of shot. He'll be up on the sort of side.
It's a real scrum at the front, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Well, we got obviously just over sort of 200 runners running. So it's how many people were running in your time, Peter? Can you remember?
About 120 odd, I think.
Yeah, so like an extra 80 or so people. It's quite.
Well, first year probably just around 100. And then a few more the second year.
So there you go. So like double the field then today to what was running.
Yeah.
So we got obviously some spectators, friends, family, people from the town that come and watch. It's very popular.
Tell me, what's the order? Is it sort of fastest in your qualifying time that go at the front? Or?
No, you sort of just jostle for position, really, don't you? I mean, I think in my time it was...
houses used to sort of dictate the house. You know, if you were a Hart house, they
could put their fastest first.
They used to put their fastest first, and the others then were sort of find your own spot, really. But 1, 2, 3 would be defined.
Cool. So I think it should be going live any second now of the race. So we've got some footage. There we go. It's now 2:30, so everybody's getting ready, getting their watches set, and we're off. Bill Cunning's blowing the horn.
No
you can
full
see
start,
the headmaster.
that's good,
No,
yeah.
that's good. Yeah. So here we go. So
Yeah,
we've got the
it's
camera.
a bit of a sprint to start with.
Yeah. Well, there we go. So we got and the back there.
Trotting at the back. Yep.
Yeah. So that's we've got some marshals just running in the back there, sort of the sweepers there. And this is our sort of new vehicle that we've got. Just going to pick up the runners just for the first little section here.
So some people sprint down here, don't they? And that's quite exhausting because you think it's a good idea for about 100 yards and then you wish you hadn't, or certainly somebody of my stature would.
Yeah.
But
so you can see
well,
just before...
the fortunate, as soon as you get to the end of back lane, you're on a downhill as well. So, you can keep that pace up, but without the exertion.
Yeah. So that was, it looked like Dan was leading the race there. So he's looking good. So our next camera should be sort of shortly, the next sort of 5 minutes or so, if all things goes to plan. But yeah.
So Ben, did you sprint out in front? Was that your? Were you
I did
lead
actually.
all the way? No?
I didn't. No. I did in the first year that I ran it when I came third in 2000. I was actually leading the way up 10 Mile Lane. But then the year that I won it in 2002, I was quite kind of cautious because, like I said, I had that sort of ankle injury actually, so I did just take it quite steadily.
And the first year, I think did you get cramp?
Yes.
Which is an occupational hazard, I guess, as a long distance runner.
Yes. So I got cramp kind of just coming off Bull Fowl and just sort of struck me on sort of both my legs. It was
And that was what, dehydration or lack of salt, or?
I don't know. No? I really don't know. Could be many things, but it's sport, isn't it? It's just one of those things that happens.
And it's so annoying because really you have to stop.
Yeah.
And try and sort of get some circulation back into there. And the worst thing, you say to yourself, I can't possibly stop.
Yeah.
But on the other hand, if you don't, you just get slower and slower.
Well, that's it. And it's just that sort of, it kind of came, I was feeling so good as well, do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was about to come to the road bit, which is the bit that I particularly liked. And it was just sort of out of nowhere, just like a sharp pain in both legs. And luckily, like you said, Peter, I was able to sort of stop, sort of get rid of the cramp, and then once I sort of got going again, and it worked its way out the system, I was able to then just kind of get a good pace to sort of the finish from Danny. So managed to sort of keep a top 3 position, which doesn't always happen, does it? Sometimes the cramp doesn't go.
No, if there's somebody only 7 seconds behind you.
Exactly. That's it. It's a bit like
you don't get any sympathy when they.
Yeah. Indeed.
So now talk me through this, because they've set off, they've run down back lane, and where are they heading to now?
They're heading to 10 Mile Lane, so hopefully we should be getting some cameras soon of 10 Mile Lane.
Is that where they turn off the main road?
Yes. Yeah. So we're just sort of hoping.
And that's quite a narrow road, isn't it? So you're restricted to the number of runners that can be running side by side.
Yes. Yeah. That's right. So
it sort of funnels in.
But I think most of the runners are sort of.
They're spread out by then,
spread out a little bit, it's not so...
And overtaking anybody in there is also, unless they're in single line, single file.
Yeah.
Yes. What kind of time do you think they'll do today, given the conditions?
Well, I don't think it's going to be a really super quick time. It's going to be, it's pretty boggy out there, so I mean,
not sure.
Yeah, we'll have to sort of see. It all depends on the runner.
Because the record's now 1 hour and 7 minutes thereabouts, isn't it?
Just over, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So maybe 1 hour 10, 1 hour 12 today, you think? Possibly.
Well, yeah.
It's I'm told it's really quite muddy and difficult out there, so I think it might be even higher. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know.
So the conditions do make quite a difference on this race, don't they?
They do, yeah.
Unless you've actually been on it, you don't understand the difficulties.
I mean, if you think of just running through that mud and those few little sort of bits of time every time you're having to work harder through that terrain, and then also the wind makes a huge difference, doesn't it, Peter? In terms of Bull Fowl, if you've got the wind kind of against you,
it can be a teller.
So I have an interesting fact here that coming from Katie's Corner, our school archivist, we're very grateful to her. During the first ever race in 1881, Charlesworth and his brother were attacked by a savage sheepdog along the Courtly Road, but the race was run in reverse of the current route, so they covered this part at the end of their run, not the beginning. So, did you ever face any wild animals on the fells?
Never saw any, really.
No. No.
Maybe
that's why Charles
the sheep, I think
did
the
so
sheep,
well.
actually, the sheep on the side of the Howgills were sort of up on the higher up a bit, but never really ventured down to our area.
No.
Yeah.
But then at the end of 10 Mile Lane, you get Green Hill, really, and I think that's the start of the ones who can run up hills, as opposed to those who stop and walk or try to walk quickly up hills.
Yeah.
And the ones who stop to walk usually aren't, in the lead at the end of it, really.
Yeah, so
you have to be able. You have to have that ability just
keep
to
going.
Keep going. When I say run, it's not exactly a run, but it is trotting, really, up the hill, and that I think makes a big difference.
Yeah, I mean even Thrushkill, when you descend into that, you kind of come out, and the lead runners will run all the way up, won't they? And it's incredibly steep. So we're going to have some footage in a bit that we can obviously show you that we filmed.
Now, I think we've got some other guests waiting. So, Peter Johnson, if we can say what a pleasure it's been to have you in our studios today. Enjoy the rest of the race, and thank you ever so much for coming in and seeing us, for supporting us.
It's been my pleasure, and you do a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Cheers. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, treading on.
There we go. So let's wait for our next guest.
Our next guest. Who is our next guest? Do we know, Ben?
It will be Tom Hartley, I think.
Tom Hartley. Tom Hartley, sponsor
I believe so.
of the US Club. Very good to see him. And so how long do you think till we start picking them up at
well, hopefully, if all goes well with the cameras, we should be seeing them soon. But fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. Always fingers crossed.
If not, it will be a little bit later on at sort of Thrushkill, just after the Thrushkill.
Right. Okay. So just a reminder, if you want to, please send in messages, osclub@sedburschool.org. And we are now being joined indeed by Tom Hartley. So just wait for him to get settled in and
get mic'd up.
Mic'd up.
Hi, good to see you.
We're just going to need to get you attached to a microphone, which Katie will do here, and then we're all sorted. So.
Thank you, Katie.
That's
working.
There we go.
Great.
So how was the run this morning? Looking quite fresh.
Well, it's getting slower every year. I just had a look back on Strava.
Well, we're also getting older every year.
It's been 5 years since I last did it. So I looked at 2019 was 1 hour 48, and I was over 2 hours this time. So I took my sister with me, so I'll blame her.
And I'd imagine was it wetter this time, or was it
really wet? Yeah, really wet. Especially at Hebblethwaite and Spectators Hill, just that bit there. It's just
there's a bog, isn't there? There's just
huge
bog through the sort of stone wall. The gateway. It's particularly bad. But Tom, obviously as our sponsor, thank you so much for being one of our key sponsors for the race in terms of RBC Blue and Dolphin. It's really appreciated.
Not at all. That's great. It's really good.
It was good to see you at the dinner last night. It sort of sets the scene, doesn't it, for these 2 days?
I just thought it was a really special occasion, Jan. To get how many people were there?
174.
174. It's just fantastic, and just to have such an array of different speakers. Roger Moore standing up speaking was just fantastic.
It was
really good.
And you were saying, Tom, it was your first sort of event at Sedbergh for quite a while, wasn't it, in terms of big sort of dinner event? No. You come to lots, obviously, in London. And
do this, I'm really been active sort of a member of the OSs for coming to the London events, but really to coming back to Sedbergh has been really special. I've been incredibly well looked after from arriving yesterday to the dinner last night was great fun, and all Sedbergians should come back. Have a day like today. It's very special.
And we heard from your father really as well.
Well, so I gather. I didn't realise that.
He's been famous on the sort of the lead into sort of the start there.
And I've just seen Peter Johnson. I think it's his 65th.
That's right. He's just been in to sort of talk about his sort of 2 wins. Great. So it's just nice, isn't it, how everybody sort of catches everybody in.
Yeah, that's really good.
Yeah.
Really good. So what's the sort of in terms of times today? It's going to be.
We're just saying that. It's just really hard to tell. I mean, it's probably going to, I reckon, sort of maybe more like 117-ish sort of time. I mean, if it's that wet as you're saying, it's you know, and all we're saying too about the wind and everything like that. There's all these little factors that play into sort of determining that sort of time.
There's a nice wind going out to Courtley.
Okay.
Like certainly this morning, just a bit of a tailwind.
Yeah.
And then on Borfell, it was sort of a little bit into the Borfell. You're going across, so
yeah.
it's more crosswind, and then coming back on the road was quite tough.
Into your face.
It was downhill though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Why do you think that the Wilson Run has such an enduring legacy?
I think it's the heritage, the tradition. You know, the fact. I look back now and think I ran it in '93, which was the year which Charles Sykes broke the record, and it was very, very special. You know, the record had stood for, was it 94 years?
That's right.
And so I think it's the tradition. It's hard. You know, it's a big thing to actually do the race. You know, when we were here, you know, when I was in the third form, we were all encouraged to go and run the course, but then actually to do the race, it's hard going. You know, it's a real the standard. It's tough.
Yes.
And obviously they'll be sort of coming up. I think we must have a sort of technical issue with maybe one of the cameras at the moment. We're hoping to kind of get some footage from 10 Mile Lane, but I think they're now sort of going up 10 Mile Lane. They're approaching Green Hill, we've just been told. So the leaders are approaching Green Hill. So we'll get sort of some information in terms of what the lead runners are there. So I've got a special earpiece here. So we've got some technical team behind us here that are going to give us some information in terms of who those runners are.
I brought some friends up to do it 10 years ago, and they absolutely adored it. And they came back on a regular occurrence, and they got up 10 Mile Lane, and then they looked at Green Hill, and they just said, "We're not going up there, are we?" And suddenly it just...
But that's it, because you kind of... I was there earlier today, and just at 10 Mile Lane, there's just such a... You know, there's the gradient all the way to Green Hill, and then Green Hill is pretty intense just as itself, but you forget how much climbing you do just to get to the bottom of Green Hill. And then once you've sort of kind of come down from Thrush Gill. So if we go sort of... In terms of our studio, if we should have some footage of Thrush Gill that we can sort of show you in a second, which is a little bit of a clip which will hopefully kind of come through shortly, where it just shows for the viewers, you know, how tough it is descending into Thrush Gill and kind of the two options of when you come out. So
okay, we're now reporting from Thrush Gill, which is around 2 miles into the course. In front of me here, you can see there's a steep descent, so the runners shortly will be coming down here through the gate. Around these trees which are just in front of me and across the water. It's a very, very sort of tricky bit of the course, this, very technical. I can't underestimate how hard it is to sort of come down here, especially as it's sort of been raining quite a bit recently, so the ground does give a lot. So there'll be lots of runners coming through. We've had the walkers come through this morning, and also beginners that get to walk the course and run the course in the morning. So it's especially sort of slippy. And then as you cross the water, it's quite exciting here, really, because there's in front of me there's two sort of ways you can go. So you can go up to the left and hit sort of the trees here and do an L sort of bend and then kind of come up at the top by the gorse bushes. Whereas the more adventurous runners, they'll go straight up in a straight line and sort of tackle the gradient and get it over and done with. And it's a shorter distance, but obviously takes a lot out of your legs, and you really do feel the lactic acid kind of either way, really, but especially going straight up. And then once they get out at the top there, there's a live stream camera which will pick the runners up as they kind of come over the sort of the brow of the hill coming out of Thrush Gill. But we just wanted to sort of bring you this footage here because we can't get the cameras sort of in this sort of gill due to the reception, just to give you a taste of what it's like for the runners as they come through Thrush Gill. Okay, so there we go. So we had a little bit of insight into Thrush Gill there. Did that obviously bring painful memories back from this morning?
Yeah.
Or from the race?
It's incredibly slippy going down. And I was quite glad for the rope going across the stream.
Yes.
There's ropes on all the streams now. I think it's quite a sensible decision, really.
Yeah, absolutely. So we were there as a team last Wednesday, and it was sort of the water levels were really high.
I can imagine.
And without that rope there, we'd have just been washed away, I think.
Oh, I can imagine.
I mean, I have here my little feed here just saying 1933 is when they filmed the newsreel of the Wilson Run, and that's where you saw, I think it was Donald coming flying down and slid most of the way and got a 50-yard lead just by tobogganing effectively.
I think it's just incredible, isn't it? You think back, even you were saying about Peter Johnson, you know, his 2 wins, and then going back to kind of Captain Bill Canning, who we mentioned earlier, who started the race, 1948, the equipment that he was wearing probably then, it would have just been, kind of, it's almost like they were wearing school uniform, wasn't it? Just no proper trainers, no foul running shoes.
No. And nowadays nutrition's got a lot better, and even back in the 92, 93, we had 10-mile breakfasts, which were prepared for us.
Well, that's what I was saying. Certainly, I remember those. I was saying we had steak and chips.
It was steak, kidneys. It was a proper massive fry-up, and that was supposedly to get us round the route.
I think because you didn't have much lunch, did you? It was just. The
I suppose so. You're right. Yeah. But that was pretty hearty to have at 7:30 in the morning, and it was a big. And in the house, it was a big thing. The boys who were running the race had their own table with the steak and kidneys and all sorts of bacon sausages.
I was saying to Jan earlier that in Pole House, we had great food, but I think houses just had different traditions, didn't they, in terms of how they did that. So I think ours was more the night before, not so much the breakfast. And it's just nice, isn't it? Each house has their own tradition of how.
I'll get the year wrong, but Simon Madge won it in. When I was in Evan's house, and it was a really special, really big occasion. I remember clapping him into the dining room and putting the trophy. I think, he would have put the trophy up on the mantelpiece. It was a big thing. Name on the board. So very special.
It is.
Now this year is famous for. This is 125 years since Pumphrey set the record.
Yes.
And he raced with Grandage, and they're sort of coming in together, and he said, "Well, sorry, we'll go now,and just sprinted off." After you now, yes.
Was that just at the library?
Yeah, pretty much. I think it's coming in back lane.
Okay. So what position did you come in?
Well, I think it was 8th or
9th. Well,
8th or 9th. I think 9th. I should get this right. I know the time.
Were you sprinting against anyone?
No, I got to Danny and I realised that this was in 92. I realised I pretty much overcooked it, and I rang with a guy called Julian Fagg who got me round that last 2 miles, and he really supported me, and we came and finished together. So I think it was 9th. Yeah, that's great.
And how you, Ben? Did you have a sort of? Were you clear away from the field when you came in?
Yes, on both times. So when I came third in 2000, there was a bit of a gap, and then the same in 2002. But that's what you hope for, really, because thinking back, having the pressure of knowing somebody's kind of behind you is probably not what you want in terms of. I think as well when you hear the crowds and thing, that are clapping as you kind of get over the bridge into Sedbergh, it's sort of.
But it's a little bit of a hill after that bridge.
Yeah, it is.
It's a little sting in the tail. Yeah.
I mean, it's a good half a mile in terms of that slower, ascent up.
So I was coming in about 45th, but and then I was wanting to enjoy the moment as I came around Library Corner. Then I heard somebody sort of, bearing hard on my heels there, so I had to then sprint that last bit. And that infamously is when my father filmed the wrong person, and we've discovered 3 weeks later when I developed a sleeper and went to die. He said, "That's not me." But there you go. So
it's
very sad.
It's just. I think it's very interesting, isn't it? Just hearing different tales of how you say there about how that friend helped you round.
And that again comes back to the tradition of it, is people finishing together.
Yeah.
The camaraderie of that, and especially those finishing a bit sort of further down the field, it's great.
Yeah.
I did it in '93. It was when Charles Sykes broke the record, and we'd all, those who were we'd all gone far too quickly and got to Green Hill and realised again it was just I found it really tough, and I felt and you just got to pace yourself. Getting it right is really tricky because we don't run the route that often, so getting it right. And I just realised by Courtley I was pretty much finished.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting, Tom, because last year on the footage we saw Isabel, who was leading, and then sadly the sort of Hallbank area just sort of had an energy crash in terms of just that pacing. And she was telling us on it sort of when we caught up last week that it was just maybe not taking enough sort of energy on board, and the gels, and just thinking, feeling good, but then obviously quickly, your body is thinking, right, I need some more energy here, and it's not there. So you forget, it's a long race, isn't it? 10 and a bit miles.
Totally.
You can feel okay halfway across Ball Fell, and then all of a sudden it just hits you. So
I think I can't remember. Was it 2015 or 16? It was a really hot day as well, and again I think it was just. you know, you get to Danny Bridge and it's hard going. You know, that Danny Rise is, you know, I think there's water stations now. I think at Danny Rise, and I don't think in the 90s there was many water stations. Looking back,
there weren't. And that's it. We were hearing last night as well in terms of the dinner, the sort of stories of the cold snap of the sort of late 40s, and then the following year it was short sleeve order. And everybody was sort of, you know, it was boiling hot and that extreme for one.
Which makes the race so unpredictable, really, which is
yeah.
quite fun. It's part of the thing of it. Now, Ben, I think we're having technical issues from the Fells.
Yes.
It is difficult to transmit from there, isn't it?
Yes,
because
it is. We're relying on the sort of 4G signal, so we're just waiting to...
I think we're down to 1G at the moment.
Yeah.
But, we need some more Gs. So while we're actually just waiting for the signal, can I just ask Tom, in terms of the wider aspects of the school, how do you think that has changed in the last sort of since you were here?
I think pastorally it's probably changed enormously.
Yes.
I think, you know, looking back, we were to some extent left to our own devices, which was no bad thing. But I think now there is, you know, there's just so much support probably for the boys and girls in comparison to sort of early 90s. I'm sure the quality of the education's improved enormously. Sport, I think, you know, Sedbergh always prides itself on its sport. I played a bit of rugby and a bit of cricket, but you know, now the quality is just really, really high.
Of course, we've got the new facilities. We've got the new sports centre. We've got the new all-weather hockey pitches.
Yeah, I had a look. They're looking fantastic.
Yes.
Sad to see Newfield go, but yeah, I think
it's been repurposed.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
And it's a game changer, you know, for the pupils, but also for the community, because
really
the town get to obviously use.
And that's something I know. And when I got a taxi over yesterday evening, and the taxi driver was explaining how the relationships with the town are really improved now, and it's really special to hear that. Actually, I think in comparison to when I was here, and you know, I hear things like, when it's snowing, the boys and girls are out there clearing the roads and things. So it's just, you know, very important.
Yeah, yes, community efforts. So well, obviously they'll be on their way now from Thrushgill to Courtley, which is a very meandering sort of track, isn't it?
When you get out of Thrushgill.
Oh, here we go. We've got some footage here. Here we are. So we are. This is looking across. So this is just above. It's called Hollow Gill. It's as you're dropping down, Tom, in Yan towards Courtley.
Okay.
Yeah, so you kind of...
I didn't know it had a name. Hollow Gill, okay.
So, we'll get some footage hopefully in a minute when the runners get closer. I think they're just sort of testing the camera there for when the runners get closer. So, so that's where you sort of drop down, and you remember where the barn is as you sort of drop down there. So it's just sort of a couple of fields away from there.
Very, very wet.
And you can see,
very slippy.
Yeah. And we're sort of looking back towards Sedbergh.
And this part of the race is quite nice, isn't it? Because for someone like me, certainly, it was you've done Green Hill, you've got to sort of ascent, if you like, and then you sort of it's more or less all the way down to Courtley. So
yes, that's right. Yeah. So once you've kind of got up, you know, Thrushgill, and you've come out of Thrushgill, you just meander, and it's a little bit of ascent, isn't it, Tom?
Yeah, sort of, and then. But I suppose you are. It's very narrow path, and so you can't really. It's probably just a good pacing in that period, rather than sort of trying to overtake. Good vantage spot for spectators on the other side, because you can watch them coming down into Courtley and then up the other side. So it's a good place to watch.
Yeah. Indeed.
So they've been running now for 24 minutes.
Yeah, so that's not very far away at all. Yeah, so
we should see the first runners coming through.
Should be coming soon. Yeah.
And so who are you predicting in the boys and the girls?
I'm thinking, well, you know, who knows in the Wilson Run, but obviously Dan was leading on the last time we saw in terms of the sort of the male winners, and I think possibly maybe Isabel. She was. The girl that we mentioned last year that sort of ran into the difficulty with Hallback.
She's got something to prove this year?
Yeah, she seemed very sort of fired up and wanting to do well. So we'll have to see. So it shouldn't be long at all now until we sort of see them. But just interesting, isn't it? How the weather, you know, is, at least it's dried up in terms of, you know, rain. You know,
we weren't very happy. We stood in the rain doing the pre-show.
They would have bridged again.
So we both had to buy new pairs of shoes after that. Really.
It's been very wet the last few days, hasn't it? So luckily it's sort of dried up a little bit, but the course is still pretty. It's going to take a long time before the course dries
I
out.
don't really remember a time when it's been particularly dry, but it's it's very wet this year.
But it's interesting, Tommy, because you were saying about that hot year. I think there was sort of a similar time to what you were saying, and then there was also around, I think, 2011 was another particularly hot time, and the leader.
I think I remember this.
So Charlie, who was the race leader at the time, he literally had sort of heat stroke, and that was it. He was sort of out of the race. So it's particularly tough. You don't expect that in March, do you?
No, not at all. So you're in 2001.
Yeah.
That was
cancelled.
That was cancelled. Yeah.
So that's the interesting thing. So
you did it 3 times.
Yeah, I had the chance to do it 3 times, and so 2001. We were sort of all gearing up for. It was a good friend of mine, Joe Simmons, and we were looking for a good battle in 2001, but sadly, foot and mouth sort of prevented the race, and it looked like for a while that there was hope that it might happen, because obviously it was being reviewed by the government each week, and we were fingers crossed that the ban would be lifted, but sadly it didn't happen. So we ended up having it wasn't quite the same. It was like a relay race, sort of house relay race around the school grounds, but it's one of those things.
Okay.
So,
so just checking messages coming through. Just bear with me. I'm not just phoning my family.
See if we've got any messages from around the world.
But Tom, something I want to ask you. I saw your father earlier and interviewed him. Now, he's not an old Sedberghian.
He's not.
No. But one of the points I made last night when I was speaking at dinner was that we want to be inclusive. This is not just about the alumni. This is about everybody who's part of the Sedbergh community.
Yeah. Yeah.
And your dad seemed to embrace that.
Oh, he's absolutely. And this is he always looks forward to this day. And in particular, he normally today he walked out to Danny. But he's got so many people who were here at school, but they're mates as well who have come back and things. So no, he's really enjoyed it. And but when I was here, he absolutely adored coming up and watching me play cricket and rugby and run. And I used to find it incredibly sort of relaxing after a busy week at work, coming on a Saturday afternoon. My sister, I think, she's 7 years younger than me, so her formative years she does think, were spent on a boundary and a touchline. So, but I took her around the 10 today. It was the first time she's been around the 10. My brother-in-law's done it a few times, so she was really keen to do it.
And how did she find it?
She found it okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was she quicker than you?
Jan, the answer is yes, I have to say. We were coming down from Danny, and she's just started to push it the pace a little bit, and I was feeling it, I have to say, and I thought I'm not going to have her getting too far ahead, but she's a better runner than me. Yeah, definitely.
I've just been informed to say that the runners have actually just come through to Courtley, so it's Dan who's leading, and George who's in second, so they're at the front runners at the moment.
Are the girls, are they coming through yet?
They are coming through as well. We'll get that information shortly from the technical team.
Right, okay. Yeah. That's good news, but still no cameras.
Yeah, so I think
I think it's the mountain lions, Ben. I think they're out there in force today.
They're back again, similar area again.
Yes, I think so.
It was here we go. So, it was just. I think it just looks like, the 4G. So we've obviously got. It looks like there's a runner in the background there. We're sort of going to various locations, so we're just obviously testing those cameras out. So, yeah. We can.
Ben, you'll know where that is.
I think that's almost looking like a bit like Spectators Hill.
Good test of a Sedberghian.
Yeah, seeing which part of the course that is. But yeah, we've also got some footage of Ekaseka Beck, which is obviously just after Courtley. So in terms of an insight again in terms of the descent into Ekaseka Beck. So we'll sort of show that shortly, and give people a feel of what it's like descending into Ekaseka Beck. So yeah, we'll see if we can get obviously a time as well at Courtley. 2. So okay, so we're at Ekaseka Beck now, which is just under sort of the halfway point of the race. So the leader runners will have just passed sort of through Courtley. They'll be making their way up a big hill, and then at the top of the hill they descend down into Ekaseka Beck. And as you can see from around me, it's full of sort of technical challenges. We've got rocks, we've got mud, we've got branches, we've got trees. So it really is sort of different lines to sort of get down in terms of different runners have their sort of preference in terms of how to descend to the bottom to the Beck. And then crossing the Beck, that's a challenge in itself. So you've got lots of water, slippy rocks, and the marshals, they do a fantastic job. So they're there at the bottom to obviously help the pupils through, but obviously the pupils have to sort of make their way across in terms of which way they want to go. And then once they get out of the Beck, you kind of descend up a very steep hill, which is just in front of me here. And then you eventually sort of get onto Bourfell. So, you know, this is the point of the race where, you know, you've kind of come off the first sort of third section up to Courtley, where it's sort of meandering around sort of the fell line and a bit of road, whereas this is very up and down. It takes it out your legs, you feel the lactic acid, and, you know, this is where the race is won and lost. So we thought we'd bring you this footage because on the sort of live we can't get the cameras to it because obviously our sort of signal isn't so great here, so you can get a real feeling of what it's like for the runners as they come through Ekaseka Beck.
Okay. So we're here with Tom Hartley in the studio, and still having technical difficulties, Ben.
Yes.
This is the risk of doing something live
in the fells. Yeah.
Never worked with anything that's digital. It's going to let you down.
Yeah. So we had reports that we're getting the pictures, but they're just freezing, unfortunately. So
it is cold out there.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah. So obviously we've got some. Here we go. So we got another. This is. It looks like it's spectated, I think here. So we just as we can see the signal is just a bit patchy. Okay, so we had an insight of Ekaseka Beck there. So the leader, Dan, is just crossing Ekaseka Beck. Okay. Okay, the leading girls are just about to drop down into Courtley. So I believe that's Hannah. No. Scarlett, so we've got, and Maddie. So that's the top 3 girls. Yeah, they're very tightly packed, so we'll be informed.
Well, presumably, actually, they sort of keep each other going. It's pretty good if you're sort of, you know, you need to sort of stay in touch with the leader, don't you? Otherwise, you're going to.
That's right.
You're not going to catch up otherwise.
It's probably a bit, you know, also a bit like cycling in a way. You sort of, with the wind and stuff, you kind of pack together and just use each other to sort of, get across Bourfell.
Yes.
So anyway, well, I think we need to let you go, Tom. You probably want to catch the finish, and you know, we really do appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for having me. It's good to see you. Thank you.
Amazing, and thanks again for all your
sponsorship.
It's really delighted. Appreciated. Thanks, Tom.
Thanks, Tom.
Thank you.
Cheers.
So we'll just get some more on footage when we can, but. That's one of those things.
That's why, but of course, people are lucky they can see us or a still image like that one, which is also nice.
And we've got the headmaster joining us soon as well. He'll give us a bit of insight into the school, into the race.
So,
that's all good. So that's down there, coming now out of kind of Ekaseka Beck onto sort of Bourfell, the first bit of Bourfell. Yeah. So we got some footage there.
So I got a message coming in, Ben.
Yeah.
From Ian and Zulika Mason. Parents of Ash Mason are watching in Dubai and send good luck to all the runners. Thank you. Thank you from Dubai there.
Great to hear from you.
That's it.
Yeah.
So we can hear from Dubai, but we can't get a signal from the Fells.
Well, we've got a signal now.
We have got a signal now, yes.
So that's good.
And that red flag is a marker, I take it, and not somewhere.
Yeah, but it's all flagged now.
Yes, which is good. It wasn't in your day, was it?
No. You had
just to find your own way across the Fell.
And that was part of, that was sort of a real challenge actually, because just knowing where you're going, the right lines.
Yes.
Okay, the first, I've just been informed that the first girl, Hannah, is crossing the road now at Courtley. So she's reached that first checkpoint. Maddie and Scarlett are in sort of close pursuit to Hannah. So they're all sort of kind of crossing Courtley at a similar time.
There's always a great crowd at Courtley.
Lots of sort of supporters, parents, also big-ins, all kind of wishing them on. Lots of clapping as they cross the road.
I got a message here from Simon Lafrene saying how lovely it was to see Peter Johnson being interviewed. Thank you, Simon. Very kind.
Yeah, great to hear from Simon.
He's a legend, isn't he? Though
Peter,
yes.
Here we go. There's George, a second runner. So basically, they're just coming out of a forest. A wooded area as they sort of come up Executive. They kind of come through a couple of fields and then they sort of get onto Bull Fell, and it's really quite dramatic, the landscape here. So it's very sort of kind of boggy, undulating. So they sort of rise there, so we can see just in the distance where George is.
So up to that point, they've actually already ascended quite a distance.
Yes.
Is that right? So,
yeah,
I mean, that's a leg killer, that bit.
Yeah, this is pretty much the top of the ascent. So you're kind of just undulating now, and there's a little bit of an ascent, obviously, to sort of you sort of dip down into Muddy Slide and up to kind of Spectators Hill. But you've done the real sort of climbing here. So it's once you got to this point, you've done a lot of climbing really. There's not much more to do. But you can just see there, just at the bottom of the screen where the mud is, that it's obviously very, very muddy there, because that's normally nice and dry there.
So we have a message from Jack Story, somebody I was at school with, and he's digitised the cine film of the 1981 centenary race when he was 117th. Well done, Jack. He'd love to send it so that we can use it in next year's broadcast. Thank you, Jack. We'd love to have it. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I've just been informed that there's a chasing pack. We've seen the front two runners there in terms of the boys' winners, and we should be seeing. Here we go. So we've got the sort of two Evans boys. We've got Alfie and Rufus and Will. So look at them. They're all sort of packing together there. So that's similar to what we had in terms of the girls' race, in terms of the girls at Courtley rather. They're sort of really packed together as they come through this sort of streaming station. So amazing image that, isn't it? As they just sort of disappear onto the horizon there, into the clouds.
Yes.
Yeah. So yeah. So it's good. So we've got some messages coming.
Got some messages coming through. So
that's great.
Keep them coming in.
Yeah.
osclub@sedburschool.org.
We got Bruno coming through now. Pole House. Looking good. Doing well. Interesting to see how much mud we got. We've got Joe coming through. So we heard from Joe in the
pre-show,
didn't we?
We did indeed.
Yeah.
And,
so he's doing well.
He's doing well.
So this is the bit where you've really got to just stay in touch with people. So I'm sure Joe will be kind of focusing on the runner ahead of him and just trying to keep him in contact.
So are there some people who are better at the uphill?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. So you've got people that that will like the fell, like the undulations, and there'll be other people that are just sort of hanging there to the road, and then they just.
Oh, so that last 2.5 miles back from Landy Bridge, they can catch up.
Absolutely. Especially people are tiring.
Yeah. So possible sort of.
Sorry, Luke's just come through there on the screen.
All right. But the leaders can go out too fast, possibly, and then tire.
Yeah. I mean, it's a bit like anything where it's sort of running or Formula One or whatever. It's that, you know, those, if things go wrong, and people start to feel tired, you can easily, obviously, catch those people quite quickly on the road.
Yes.
So and equally, if things go badly, then 2.5 miles is a long time to be struggling in on an empty tank of fuel.
No, indeed, indeed.
So yeah, we just got another one going through there. Yeah. So yeah, feeling it in the legs there, just doing a bit of power walking.
Do that with me, except I'd walk the whole thing. So we'll see them in a minute.
You'd just be having a picnic here.
I would be calling my mum.
Get your backpack out and having a bit of a break. So,
yeah, there you go. See, this is my style. This is my that'll be my race plan. Yeah. Walk up the uphills.
Well, it's a
fall
good
down the downhills.
Yeah, it's you can see obviously just checking the next person behind, but yeah. Yeah, that's Walter there. Yep, there we go. Back running again, going for it. And that's sometimes a sensible thing to do. Just save energy when you can. And there's quite a few pole house runners I've seen that are kind of coming through in the sort of top 10, top 12.
So just remind people, if you want to send your messages in, osclub@sebschool.org, or you can contact us on Twitter and Instagram, the Seb School Twitter account or Instagram. Not the Seb School, because I'm being shouted at now by my helper over here. The Ulster Bergen Club Twitter account and Instagram. There you go. Get it right?
Get it right.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. I've been told.
You've been told, yeah. So in terms of the lead runners with Dan and George, they will be sort of making their way now kind of across towards Muddy Slide, Hebblethwaite with the next checkpoint. So we'll maybe just wait a few seconds. It won't be long before the lead girl runners are coming through. And then we'll maybe have a little look into what Muddy Slide's like, because we've also got a little clip to show you in terms of what
So you went round the course, didn't you, Ben, and you filmed all these things?
We filmed sort of the kind of key locations that we can get to, but obviously we can't get to a few other locations today in terms of 2 other cameras that we haven't been able to get to. But we'll sort of see how we get on later on. Here we go. We've got the first girl coming through there. You can see just in the red. So we've got Hannah from Carris. So he's our lead runner, packing in there, looking really strong actually, going really well. So she's obviously sort of running with that group of people there, which is I think a good thing. Oh, and we've got the second girl. so Maddie is coming through for Robertson. So yeah, quite close. So not too much of a gap there, Jan, between the first two girls.
No, as long as she keeps in sight of her, then the race, don't we? Really?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. And then we should hopefully hopefully Scarlett maybe will be coming through in terms of Celeste. Oh, so we just yeah. So this is some footage as we wait for Scarlett to come through. We've got some footage of dropping down to Courtley, so you can see how spread out the field is. Oh, you can see there how slippy it is there. So someone's so we'll just go back to the other camera now. So yeah, so we'll just wait now for Scarlett to come through. Yeah, here we go. So lots of runners coming through. So you can really see how spread the field is, because we're sort of on the other side of the sort of the valley here, on the other side of kind of the road. So it's about sort of just over a mile between the two cameras that we just had.
So I got a message coming through, Ben, from Brian Illingworth. His email to say how great it is to hear.
Oh, sorry, Jan, so here we go. That's Scarlett. Scarlett's come through there for Lupton. So that's the third girl runner that's just come through into shot there. Brilliant. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah, so Brian Illingworth has emailed to say how great it is to hear the conversations about the race. Especially good to hear his good friend Peter Johnston recalling his win in 1957 when he ran. There were 73 runners and there was a downpour, and Brian came in with a time of 1 hour, 36 minutes and 56th place. Good to hear from you, Brian.
Excellent to hear, Brian. It was great to see you as well at the OS Harrogate dinner as well. Great to see that. So yeah. So I think we had a message, didn't we, from Bill Canning? We said about the start of the race there. So
yes, we can hear from him.
Yes. We'll hear from Bill Canning in a second.
So we're here with Bill Canning, winner of the Wilson Run in 1948. Bill, it's a great privilege to have you here, and I believe you're starting the race.
I am indeed, Jan. To my great surprise, Ben asked me last night if I would prepare to do so, and I'm delighted and honoured. I wasn't going to come up here anyway for this event, but thinking back, it might be my last ever chance. So here I am, and I'm delighted to be here.
And we're delighted to have you. And in your view, why do you think the Wilson Run has such an enduring legacy?
Because it's one of those events where everybody has a go, not necessarily with the idea of winning it, but taking part. And it's historical. It's well known. And it's an honour to have been able to do it.
Indeed. And have you got a message for the competitors today?
Yes, I raised a toast to them last night at the dinner, and I'll do so again now. The very best of luck to you all, and how lucky we are to have such a decent day. I look forward to seeing you partway around the track.
Captain Bill Canning, it's a great honour to have you here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
So it's brilliant hearing from Bill there. That was just before he started the race, which was excellent.
He's a legend, isn't he?
He is an absolute legend, he really is. And he spoke really well last night and did the little toast. So yeah, so we've now been informed that Dan is making his way nicely across Burfell towards Muddy Slide. So we're going to show a little clip of Muddy Slide, as I mentioned before, in terms of what that's like for the runners to go through. Okay, we're now at Hebblethwaite, more famously known as Muddy Slide. This is one of the major kind of checkpoints of the race. So the runners will be descending down from the fell behind me, following sort of a track. There's different ways you can descend. There's a track round, or some more adventurous runners will just go straight down, hit the gate, come across the beck here, and up this little ravine here, which, as you can see from the camera, full of rocks, full of mud, full of moss, really, really slippy. Lots of tree roots to kind of contend with as well. So they'll kind of power walk up here. The more adventurous and sort of leading runners will probably run the whole way up here, and they'll bend around this sort of tree in front of me and then hit the main fell, which is sort of open fell, and then sort of make their way up towards kind of Spectators Hill, which is where we've got our next streaming camera from. So there we go. So that's Hebblethwaite for those people who've never been there before, and maybe sort of parents watching.
Probably one of the most famous parts of the race, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's daunting.
It's very, very daunting in terms of Hebblethwaite. Just because you've got before you could even see that footage there, you got a steep descent into Hebblethwaite, and then it's very, very slippy, as I mentioned, kind of getting across the water and up the steep bank, and then you're back onto sort of rough fell like this. So yeah, so I think we're going to have just a bit of an update in terms of the sort of top sixes from each checkpoint. Okay, so so Dan was through. He's just gone through Muddy Slide just as we were playing that clip, and he's gone through in 47 minutes. And George is just a couple of minutes behind, just under 2 minutes behind. Oh, we've got a water, a refreshment stop there for Hartonian. Okay, and then we've got just the group there, Joe and Rufus and co, that are now sort of obviously chasing those two lead runners. Okay, and in terms of the girls' times, we had Hannah through in 35 minutes at Courtly. Okay, so then we had Maddie and Scarlett, and then Izzy in the top four there, and then Millie makes up the sort of top five. So that was at Courtly for their sort of checkpoint, so they'll be making their way shortly to Hebblethwaite, so it won't be long before we kind of get their checkpoints to Hebblethwaite and Muddy Slide.
So I've got some messages coming in, Ben.
Oh, brilliant.
So John Richardson, former running master, has messaged to say all the best to the Sedbergians. Hope the day is a huge success and that all runners get round in one piece. So and he's loving the footage.
Oh, that's great.
So that's good. And Simon Adams has messaged to say it looks much colder in Sedbergh than where he is in Bangkok, as it's 35 degrees out there. Thank you, Simon, for rubbing that one in. But actually, we quite like the cold weather.
Great to hear from you, Simon. Yeah. So I got the pleasure of meeting Simon and his wife.
Yeah,
in December. So yeah. Brilliant.
So just one more message here. So Tim Barker Chapman, Evans 05 to 10. Said, fantastic work, Jan and Ben. Despite technical difficulties, he's noticed that the shot up to Poor Fell is where Caroline cut her leg, after which it was named Fitzner's fence. He comments that the show how tricky the course can be even for seasoned runners. And he also asked if all runners still need to memorise the long run for the concert. I believe they do.
Well, the headmaster's
waiting. That's a good point.
So
we've got the headmaster waiting for us to join us.
The question we can ask.
So we're going to welcome Dan Harrison, headmaster of Sedbergh School. Welcome. Come and take a seat. And
so we're just showing Dan some footage here, just as you're coming out of onto Poor Fell, just up from Akaseka back, as you just hit just before you get to Sleeper here. So it's just as you sort of come out the wooded area.
Great.
As you come up.
I know exactly where you're at. Yep.
Yeah. Sorry, sorry, Dan. Sorry, Dan.
So Dan, what's it like out there? What's the atmosphere like?
Fantastic. I don't think I can ever remember seeing Sedbergh busier.
Yep.
There's more people than I've ever seen here, Jan, before. Lots of Sedbergians, lots of parents. It's absolutely brilliant.
Do you have a sort of great sense of pride about all this?
I think we all should. It's grown and grown, and will continue to grow. And it's just fantastic. We've got 191 runners out there in fairly testing conditions, who are, I'd like to say, enjoying the run, but they will definitely enjoy it afterwards.
And we were saying earlier, it's an immense amount of coordination for the whole school, isn't it? A lot of people get involved in organising this.
It's a whole school event completely. So every member of staff of the common room is out there marshalling, or doing times, or back at base. There's a lot of organisation that Richard Wells puts in beforehand. Obviously, it's all flagged, but there's so much more than that. There's all the catering staff. It's the best day of the year.
We were saying earlier that this isn't just about individual achievement, although that's very important, but it is actually a team effort with everyone, the stronger, helping the others to qualify.
Yeah, we have 4 qualification days, and the first qualification day, many of the perhaps more fitter boys and girls will qualify, and then they'll use the other 3 qualification days to help their friends around often from their house. They'll carry their stuff, they'll pull them up the hills, they'll encourage them along so that they qualify. And it's a real team effort per house. There's lots of house pride.
Now, Ben, I think you've got some runners coming through. Do you want to just tell us who's...
Yeah, we just got... sorry, that's just going back there to Courtly, but we've just been informed that Dan has... he's just coming up Spectators Hill now, and George has just come out of Muddy Slide, so we'll keep you in the loop and hopefully get some footage. Our next point is Danny, so we should have a camera at Danny Bridge.
Okay. Dan, we have such a broad spectrum of people coming back these days. Why, in your view, do you think that the Wilson Run has such a legacy?
I think people remember it fondly. They perhaps don't think of it fondly when they're in the race, but they certainly love the sense of achievement afterwards. So for an old Sedbergian, there's a huge element of pride, of happy memories, of camaraderie, of meeting friends. For a parent, it's to come along to encourage their son or daughter along, to give them a glass of water, to to say well done at the end, to celebrate with them in the house afterwards. So different reasons, but all of them very valid.
And did you go around this morning?
I did. We set off at 5 a.m. in the rain, in the pitch black. The course was heavy. We had a few tumbles going down Thrushgill, where we passed another Sedberg group, and we probably didn't have enough head torches on, and we were bumping into each other. Great fun. And we all finished, and I think probably 25 members of staff finished in Queen's Hall for a bacon sandwich, which was great.
Did you do it under 2 hours?
I was over 2 hours. Not too much over.
No, but still respectable then.
Well, not
yes. And you ran around with one of the governors, I think.
With Ian Durrance, came round, who stopped with us last night. He made the mistake of stopping with us, so we get him up at 4:30 and drag him out.
Part of the Wilson and Mitchell. Excellent. And Dan, you were saying last night at the dinner in terms of also Biggins who are, we just got some footage here, but it's a little bit patchy. Here we go. So this is just coming out of, it's a Spectators Hill. You can see, for the viewers watching, just in the background, it's a bit blurry, but it's Muddy Slide there. So that's,
I quite like that effect, that's very artistic.
That's Bruno coming through there. You can just see sort of his vest there. But yeah, so sorry, Dan, you were saying last night in terms of we've got a big year next year in terms of our 500th anniversary year. So I'm just wondering if you could maybe tell the also Biggins and parents and friends of the school that are listening sort of what big events that are coming up in 2025.
Well, we've got lots of things happening. In early February, we're at the Bridgewater Hall for a last night of the proms style Sedberg event, which will be very exciting. In May, we will have a Sedberg weekend, 3 days of fun, showing off everything that Sedberg's all about. In December, we will finish the year off with carols at York Minster, but in between we'll do lots of different things. We'll hopefully have a royal visit. We've got all sorts of things planned along the way. And it may be actually thinking about next year's Wilson Run, that this could be perhaps the biggest ever.
I think so, yeah. I've heard from lots of also Biggins that they're all sort of planning 2025 is the year to come back. So we'll just have to create some more capacity, won't we?
We will.
get creative in terms of how we can make that happen. But yeah, it's going to be exciting. But so for those also Biggins that are interested in any of those events, we'll obviously be kind of communicating that in the next few weeks in terms of all the key dates for 2025, so you can get that into the diary. But it's exciting times.
Indeed. So we have Dan Harrison, headmaster of Sedberg School, is in the studios with us. I just have some messages. Andrew Nicholson, Hart 83 to 87, says congratulations on the coverage. He wishes that it had been live streamed in his day. And Jonathan Luke Hollis, who was known as Luke when he worked at the prep school in 2016, has got in touch. He now works at Sedberg School in Fuzhou. And their pupils have just completed their annual Global Wilson Run, and says thanks for the inspiration. And they're looking forward to more students coming to Sedberg from China. And our own Sedberg School Marketing Director, David Milner, has got in touch to say he's missing his first Wilson Run in 6 years as he's in Budapest on a recruitment trip. He wishes good luck to all the runners. Thank you, David.
Brilliant to hear from you. Thank you for the messages. Yeah. Fantastic.
And Dan, so you're going to be going out there to the finish line to welcome the finishers. What do you think the time's going to be today for the boys and the girls?
I would guess perhaps that the boys would come in perhaps 120-ish, I'm guessing. Perhaps the girls 140, 145.
Right.
It's tough going out there.
Yeah.
As you can see. And although it's a lovely dry day and the sun is shining, underfoot it is very wet.
You see there, can't you, Dan? I mean, look at the mud. It's right up to the shorts there.
Absolutely. So I think it really will add on. Well, it depends at which part of the race they're at, and Ben will know better than me, but it will certainly add on 5 or 10 minutes, I would have thought.
Yes.
Even at the front end.
No, indeed.
Incredible. Well, Dan, you're a busy man, and obviously you've got to get to the finish. So it's been a pleasure having you with us in the studio. Yeah, we'll let you get to do your duties of receiving the winners.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks
Good
so
to
much,
see you.
Dan. Cheers.
So, Ben, I have Philip van Langenberg. Says that in 1960, when he ran, the 10 house runs were compulsory, so the overall running speed was faster than today. Okay, he came 67th with a time of around 1 hour 27, which is very respectable.
That's
very good.
time.
So, yeah, good to hear from Philip. Thank you, Philip. So, it was good to see Dan. So, how are we doing in the race, Ben?
So I've just got my technical team that are telling me that Dan is now kind of just about to come off the fell and hit the road. Yeah, so it'll be sort of descending down the road towards Danny Bridge, which will be the next checkpoint.
And so how long will you from Danny Bridge, do you think?
How
long will it take him?
He probably will just about a minute or so, a couple of minutes.
And then to get from Danny though back to.
Oh yeah, I mean it's about just under 3 miles, so just over 2.5 miles. So
right.
So all depends, Jan, on how the legs are feeling.
Well, that's true. Yes, that's true. Yes, of course. I always forget that. It's easy for me in the studio, isn't it? Really, but yeah.
Great.
And do we have any news on the girls? Who's winning at the moment?
Yeah, so it's still Hannah. Hannah's still leading. So yeah, so I've just been told that Hannah's now about to descend into Muddy Slide.
Right.
So she's going strong. Yeah, and Maddie's in second. And there's a little bit of a gap between them and the third winner, Scarlett. So
right.
The top 3 of those people. So yeah, so hopefully we'll see if we can pick up the signal at.
So I just really want to say thank you though to all the people, the camera people. I mean, I know the signal's not been great, but they've had to trek out there into the middle of the fells down there. So well done to them, really, and thank you for their support today.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously we've got a few images here, which is it's good to see the people come through hit this particular checkpoint as they get onto Boar Fell.
So Ben, I've got some more messages coming in. So Philippa and Duncan Page say hello to Sedba from Rwanda. It's great to watch the live streaming and to see the course and the school out running. Philippa is mum of OS Kenyans, Izzy Page, who ran 3 times, and Maria Page, who came first and second in her races. Philippa and Duncan wish everyone a tremendous run today, and long may the Wilson keep running. Thank you. Thank you, Philippa.
Fantastic to hear from Philippa.
And Nick Holmes comments that it's great to watch the 10 today. He appreciates the detail of the course and the interview with Peter Johnson, a real hero from just before his time.
Brilliant. So this is a camera we're just obviously testing here. This is the bridge by Saddleback, just as they come up connected back into the town. So we have got footage of this, so we will obviously be able to bring down later. Yeah, so we've got some tired legs here coming into Boar Fell. This is.
What difference did the crowd make to you in terms of lifting your spirits?
Quite a lot. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, when my legs were working.
Always helps,
in
yes.
2000, when I got to Danny Bridge, it was more sort of just agony and Yeah, obviously they helped in terms of words of encouragement, but yeah, no, it is a huge lift, and you also sort of see, you know, friends and family as well. So I had sort of people dotted around the course that was
strategically, was it?
Strategically,
oh, right, okay, yeah.
Tell me off, tell me to keep going or something.
Now we've got a message from David Bigart, former president of the Ulsterbergian Club. So he says, watching with great interest the runners battling down to Courtley from the comfort of my armchair in Somerset. Brings back so many memories. Good to see Dan, the headmaster, discussing how things are going, and up at 5 a.m. To run the course. Pretty impressive. It's all very professional. Well done. Best wishes, David. That's very kind of you, David.
Great to hear from David.
Yeah, great to hear from you.
Good. Yeah, best wishes, David. Hopefully catch up soon. So yeah. Okay, so Dan is coming up sort of from Danny now, and he's sort of got a little bit of a lead over George. Okay, so from what we've been told, so we're just sort of flicking back there. That's a sort of, yeah. So so there's about a couple of minutes or so between Dan in the lead and George, as George is just coming down the road off Borfell towards Stanley Bridge.
One.
Okay, so yeah, we were just talking about Dan coming up from Stanley Bridge, Jan, and George, I believe, has just sort of gone through the checkpoint. But we've got some footage, a bit like the Ekaseka back in Fresh Girl footage, that we can show the viewers now of what it's like as you kind of come down into the dip and the ascent up from the checkpoint at Danny. Okay, I'm now reporting from Danny Bridge, the famous Danny Bridge. So it's the final checkpoint before the finish. So the runners will be coming off Borfell in front of me, hitting the road here, zigzagging their way down to Danny Bridge. And as they come through here, there'll be marshals, and one particular marshal that'll be recording the times, the splits for them, for each runner. And it's a section of the course where you're going from that sort of muddy, fell-running sort of terrain to hitting the roads. And the legs obviously sort of feel that sort of difference in terms of hitting that tarmac. So lots of lactic acid, and especially as in front of me here, as you come off the bridge, you sort of start to ascend up towards Danny Bridge car park, and there'll be lots of spectators waiting for the runners, and that's where we'll be picking up the runners on our next streaming point. Okay, there we go. Yeah,
and that running up that hill.
I'm looking in your eyes now. I can see the
pain. Still, Ben, honestly. But I mean, because you know, you've done your hard bit, you think, and then you get to the bottom. And of course, the worst thing is all the spectators stand at the top of the hill, so you feel like obligated to try and run up.
Well, that's it. You got the pressure of everybody cheering you. You're there at the top, and you've got this long way up. So there's no walking allowed. It's a bit like the trials as well. So when people obviously do the trials. Not so much this year, but in previous years, the end of the trial will often be at Danny Bridge car park there.
Yeah.
So you've got to keep running. So
this is where the resilience comes from in Hark, really, isn't it? It's running up that hill just there. So, but I'll tell you an interesting fact. That at the top of that hill, back in 1980 or whatever, because I was in the cadets and the signals. So I had a little Force 10 tent up there with a massive. In those days, you had a massive radio, not an iPhone. Yeah. And so we'd signal back to Library Corner or the finish line. You know, there used to be a sort of big speaker there, and you say so and so's coming in. It was all very exciting.
Incredible. Yeah, that's amazing, isn't it? How
technology. See, at least that technology worked. Yeah. They can't knock it.
Well, we're sort of live, I suppose.
We are live. Which is all great. Pictures, so that's fine. But here we go. Finish.
Image of the finish line.
The race director there, looking very nervous, but.
Okay, so Dan now the leaders are approaching Hallbank, so that's just sort of around just under 2 miles to go, just a mile and a bit. Okay, and George is not too far behind. He's approaching the Cattle Bridge. Okay, and the chasing pack kind of coming up towards Danny Bridge. So that's interesting. There, so the gap between Dan and George isn't huge. It's not too much at all. It's probably less than a minute there.
So is that something that have we got a race on here?
We could well do. I mean, like I said, we just don't know how.
Because Dan has been injured.
Yeah.
So has he got the fitness to sort of?
That is the golden question.
This is what we want to race, don't we, Ben? We want neck and neck at the end there.
with all the live stream footage. Yeah,
sure. This is the sort of the Grandage Pumphrey thing. We want to. Yes, I'm afraid I've got to leave you now. Whatever the word is.
Yeah, and the rest of the top six is looking really tight anyway. So, like I said, that sort of behind George, there is a real chasing pack there. So, yeah, and I've just been informed the girls' race is really tight as well. So that's sort of closing. Okay, so we've got Hannah still leading, and Maddie still second, but it's still quite close as they kind of approach Danny. Okay. Yeah.
So I have a message here from Nick Hodson to say, great job, Jan and Ben, thoroughly enjoying the coverage and the ever-changing weather. I'm sure I'm one of many who have arranged their diaries to work from home today. Best of luck to all the runners. Thank you.
Brilliant.
Thank you,
Cheers,
Nick.
Great to hear from you. That's brilliant. I hope Nick enjoyed that tropical sort of storm that we had at the start of the show.
Yes.
Disappeared.
It's amazing, that local rain cloud that just,
But having said that, it's looking, I can see through the office window to the side of us here. It's the rain clouds are starting to
It's an interesting fact. Zebra umbrellas are bigger than any other umbrellas in the world, aren't they?
That's why.
Like small tents, really. You can hold a barbecue under them.
One of our best-selling kind of merch.
Yes.
What would also bring us an umbrella?
It's how we fund the club.
Mind you, most obviously, once you leave somewhere, maybe you don't need it so much. But yeah, so okay. So these that we can see here on the Bullfowl camera here, that these are the tail end runners now sort of coming through the camera. And we'll maybe hopefully we need to switch back to the Settleback Bridge camera. Here we go. So we'll keep on this camera now because hopefully we'll see the lead runners. They'll probably be about sort of a couple of minutes away.
So it's interesting that Fraser Sprow would have finished 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, all that. We just had Mr. Greenwood going past.
Ah.
So yeah, that's brilliant. Yes, they would have done. They would have. Yeah, I mean, obviously different conditions.
Yes.
This is the lead runner here. So yeah, here we go. So here's Dan going past. You can just see he's the lead runner. So we're at Farfield Mill, and we've got the car, the safety car, in front of the lead runner there. So yeah, so we're not too far away. So we'll hopefully kind of pick up George, see what the gap is there, and then it won't be long before we then flick back to the other camera at Settle. Yeah, here we go. So we've got a little bit of a wait, probably about a minute or so before it comes in the shop. So maybe just flick back to the other camera and just see if we can see George coming through. I don't think he's too far behind in terms of information that we're getting to us in the studio. So if there's also beginners watching, this is just along from Hallbank as we go sort of towards the River of the Worthy by Settleback. It's the entrance to Farfield Mill. And here we are now back waiting for Dan to sort of come to us.
So whereabouts that you can start hearing the crowds?
Pretty much like from here, from this camera. So you're literally going over this bridge, and that's when you kind of come into Sedbergh itself. So you know, people start to sort of gather along the road, and then you hit the kind of corner where you hit the sort of main road into Sedbergh. So you sort of join the Kirkby-Stephen Road, which was the road the runners went out at the start of the race. So yeah, so all along there you get lots of people from the town as well. You can see obviously there's 2 people there watching, and obviously there's a few spectators that kind of keep coming past the camera here. So this kind of corner, this bend, you do get a lot of support, which you just like magic. There's somebody there, but there's some people on the bridge here that we can't quite see.
Is there a point where you thought, yes, I've done it, that you kind of, you know, a sense of rising excitement?
Yeah. Well, I think it's like, as we were saying earlier, it's just about your legs. Certainly for my year in 2002, because of what happened in 2000, you know, you can't count your chickens. You know, you never know when your legs could just go. And even if they go here, you know, if you've suddenly got to start walking, that, even if you've got a couple of minutes gap, that can soon just evaporate out of nowhere. So, you know, like Peter was saying earlier on in the commentary, that you know, it's all about you know, just keep moving. As long as you can keep moving, you know, that's the main thing. So it shouldn't be long now. This might be, you know, there's some cyclists coming through. But, should be a minute or so, and we'll get some footage of Dan coming through.
Now he's quite a tall chap. But actually, I've seen that, you know, Giles Shaw was only 5 foot and he won in his time.
Yeah, and Chuck as well. He was Chuck wasn't sort of super huge either. So it's just, you know, different bills. And then you got Johnny Campbell, who broke the record, boys' record in 2016. Who you know, was quite tall, you know, very muscular. But yeah, I suppose it just depends on the individual. But obviously, historically, a lot of the, you know, the great winners have been sort of slighter build and smaller.
Now, you can see the safety car.
Yep, so here we go. So Dan, we can see Dan there, just right where the white van is behind the safety car.
So, a big long queue of traffic behind the safety car. Sorry, everyone.
Oh, here's George coming through Farfield Mill entrance there.
So he's probably a bit far behind to catch
he's a good couple of minutes away now. So this is great. So we've got some good footage here. So this just shows obviously the 4G on the fells. It's just a little bit patchy. But we've got some good footage.
Just very quickly here, got a message here from Selva Ramasamy has message to say, well done to Jan and Ben for keeping the chat going. It's great to see images from the course that he last saw in 1988. Well done to all the runners. Thank you, Selva. Good to hear from you.
Yeah, likewise. So great to hear from you, Selva. Here we go. So here's Dan. So brilliant effort. Look, he's looking strong, really strong. He's looking good. So he'll, you know, as you can see, they're going the bridge, and that's when you hit the road into sort of the Sedbergh, coming up to sort of the main road by the fire station there. But I mean, you can see how well he's going there. Those boys sprinting after him. He's good pace. So I think looks like the win. I think Touchwood should be in the bag for Dan. He's looking very strong.
Yeah. And we should be able to pick him up on the camera in the car in a second, shouldn't we?
Yeah, that's right. And then we've got I've just been informed the girls' race is looking really close. So that's all. Yeah, they're coming off the fell now. So there's Hannah and Maddie, and they're very close together apparently. So they are, you know, pretty much sort of neck and neck at the moment, coming off the fell together. And then there's Scarlett just sort of a little bit behind.
And just remind us, Hannah was the one who was injured last
time? No, that was Izzy, so she's a little bit further, top 6. Yeah, so Hannah, she's a great winner. She's a Cumbrian winner, runs for Cumbria. So, so it's a hotting up in terms of the girls' race, so that'll be interesting.
And whereabouts are they at the moment?
They're just coming off the fell towards Danny Bridge, so just hitting the road there. So that little video of me describing the road coming down to Danny Bridge. They're just kind of coming down that road. Okay, and I've just been informed that 3rd and 4th girls are within a minute of the leading pack. So so we mentioned there that the other girls there, a minute at this stage is not much at all.
No.
So that could easily be turned around. So we'll just go back to the Saddleback Bridge, I think, camera, and we'll see if we can see, yeah, George should be coming through soon, and we should hopefully be getting some footage of the finishing line as well, I think, so it won't be long before Dan crosses the line.
Now, so the person who's coming second, they won't necessarily know how close they are to the leader, will they?
No, so here we've got the next boys coming through. There they come. Got Rufus and Will coming through there. Third and fourth. And there's Bruno not far behind. He's just be coming up around the corner in a second.
But we should be seeing Dan coming into the finish.
Yeah, he should be coming. Yeah, we should be switching soon to the finishing line camera. Oh, here we go. So we've got the finishing line. Here we go. He's coming down the line. You can see everybody clapping. Oh yes, we were just saying before, weren't we? Looking at that clock, and we predicted 1:20.
Well, you did.
Well, I did.
Yes. Well, thank you for sharing the glory there. I'll have an assist on that one, yes.
So it looks like we're not going to be too far off there. So it just shows the conditions particularly tough today. We've got all the friends, family, also Wiggins, current pupils, the prep school have come to watch today. Yeah, here we go. He's just coming on the clock there. You can see his legs motoring along there. That's brilliant. What a feeling Dan's going to have now as he crosses that line. Brilliant. And there's Mr. Harrison, who we spoke to earlier, ready with the medal. And race director, picture well.
Tremendous achievement.
Yeah, incredible. And especially if you think of Dan's story. He said obviously being injured and not knowing where he's going to be. Oh, there we go. George has just come through now. So yeah, so there we go. He's just come through that Saddleback Bridge, looking good as well. He's running really well. Yeah, it looks like there's a nice gap between the next two runners that we saw at Farfield Mill. So we'll wait to sort of see the next runners come through and switch back to the finish then to see George in a bit. So hopefully soon we'll have some times for the girls when they went through Danny. Okay, so we've got a new leader actually. So Maddie has now come through. Danny as the first girl, so overtaken Hannah. Oh, actually, sorry. Yeah, sorry. I think they're actually coming. Yeah, they're together actually. I think Maddie and Hannah are sort of similar. So. Okay, so we've got Scarlett and Millie that I mentioned before about that minutes gap. They're actually closing that gap, and they're all sort of bunching up. Wow, so I've just been told 30 seconds between the front four girls.
I was saying earlier, if you can see the leader, then you're motivated to catch up on you.
Yeah, that's it. So that's what I'm thinking. The third and fourth girls here, they've closed that gap by 30 seconds in the last sort of couple of minutes. So they're looking strong. So,
yeah, that's good. It'll be a good race.
Really good. So here we go. So next runner coming through here. Boys there. Farfield Mill.
Gail coming over the line.
There's Joe, who we spoke to in the pre-show. Going well.
Okay, cool.
So we wait now for George to come down and finish. It won't be long. Exciting time. So I think, in terms of Dan, he'll be mightily proud of his achievement, and I'm sure Cedric House tonight will be a very happy house celebrating his win. Okay, so we're now getting shot. We've got Rufus coming into shot here, so it looks like he's pulled a bit of a gap. So the last, as you can see, the next runner there coming around the corner, so they were kind of closer together there at Farfield Mill, so Rufus is sort of pulling out a little bit of a gap there. It's getting some encouragement from the supporters. Okay, and here we go. I think George should be coming down the finishing line now, I think. Yeah, he's just come into that Lupton field, so not long, and here we go. Next winner coming through. You can see the old Suburban banner there. Yeah.
I know. We fly that with pride.
So yeah, here we go. So he's just coming down the finishing straight. So if you look at the clock there, he'll come into shot. Here we go. You can see his legs and feet. As he powers down over the front. And the supporters cheering. Effort. So he gets his medal from the headmaster. Amazing achievement now. So you can see. Minute gap between the leader and second place. There we go, we've got some more footage. Oh, this is interesting, a different line here. So starting to go on the path.
I don't understand why they go round
that
side. I mean, this is my route.
Yeah, they obviously did some thinking here, some strategic planning. And
I just thought this must save you a few seconds.
Yeah, so there we go. This is Bruno's coming through now. Yeah, and Alfie's just coming behind, so we've got Bruno looking good. So he's got a little bit of a race on here. So there's Alfie. We spoke to Alfie as well in our
we did indeed.
Pre-show. Okay, so we should be going, Rufus will be coming into the sort of finishing straight shortly. I've just been told that he's coming into Lupton Field, so it won't be long before he comes over the line. Yeah, coming down, you can just see top left there, coming down behind the spectators there. So Rufus will be coming, so he's sort of a couple of minutes behind George. So that's our third bronze place finisher. Congratulations.
He looks fairly tired.
He does look tired.
Yeah,
I think there's foggy conditions.
Yes, that's it. I don't know if he'll make it to the podium on the Wilson Run concert.
Yeah,
but,
well, we've got a great medical team, so I'm sure there's some good energy gels. And, yeah, he's had to work hard there because you can see actually again there's Will coming in fourth, so there wasn't much of a gap there at all. So yeah, well done, mate. That's fantastic. Yeah, brilliant. Will was looking really strong there at the end. Yeah, so it shouldn't be long before we get footage of the girls, because obviously they're on their way now from Danny to Farfield Mill. Okay, so I've just been informed that they are incredibly tight still, all four packed together.
Right.
And they're not far away from the camera at Farfield Mill, where we just had the footage before. So maybe if we sort of flick back, so we've got the saddleback camera here. Finish. We'll just see if we can go back to that other camera by Farfield Mill on the road. Oh, here we go. So there's another one. Is this so maybe Joe coming through? Blending in with the green, his house vest is blending in.
We got another male coming in now.
There we go, sorry. It is Walter. There we go, it's Walter, sorry, not
I've got
Joe.
a full one here, mate.
There we go.
I mean, the one that's on the camera at the moment.
To tell there with the green blending in with the green.
Okay.
So Walter's coming through there.
We should be alright for an hour.
First
well,
Hartonian.
45 minutes at least.
Oh yeah, sorry. So Joe actually had gone through, the other Hartonian had gone through just before Walter actually, so 2 Hartonians together there. Oh, there we go. This is the camera we want. So if we go back to that camera in a minute, we'll be able to sort of see hopefully the first girls come through. Oh, look at this finish.
Yeah.
Alfie finishing really strongly there. Oh, he's got his Evans House flag.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's
his
good.
Wasp flag.
Yeah, that's just showing off, that is.
Yeah.
But,
so yeah, well, we'll try and keep on this camera because this is where we've got some good sort of switching between the two because we've got the British coming through now. Yeah, that's Alfie. Yeah, coming through. Brilliant.
There is something about crossing that finishing line wherever you are.
Yes.
Because you've finished. It's done. All that training.
You can relax in Bruno. So that's great. So yeah, Alfie beat Bruno there. So great finish from both of them. Very tight. Great racing. So yeah, so we've got a lot happening now. So we've got to the finishing camera with lots of runners coming in, and we'll try and. Okay. Oh, so excellent. We're now actually joined by Dan, the race winner, in the studio. So we'll just get Dan mic'd up and looking good. So, here we go, there's James coming through. That's right, Joe. Yeah. That's good. Okay, so we've got Dan with us in the studio. We're just going to see if we can just flick to the other camera at Farfield Mill, which is the one we're just sort of at the roadside. So just the other camera, yeah. So here we go. So here are the girls coming through now. So Hannah's just in the lead, and we've got Maddie just behind it. So it's really, really close here. A fascinating race that we've got here. See Dan sort of sat next to me here, just watching the girls come through. It's good for him to see that. And then I think we'll just stay on this camera for a second because, we're expecting Scarlett and Millie, third and fourth, to come through very shortly too as well. So let's just have a look back to see if they are coming in shots. Yeah, here we go. I think this might be them coming together here. Yeah, so we've got some Evans House boys coming, so they're probably just a little bit behind. But as we're here, we're just going to speak to Dan. Dan, congratulations on winning the 2024 Wilson Run.
Thank you.
How does it feel?
Just relief, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very relieved. It was hard today, so...
Yeah, you seem to control the race well, though.
Yeah, the parts I thought I was slowing down, but I just managed to keep going and on the road back was...
Just grind it in there.
Yeah.
And you've been injured, but you kept yourself fit by cycling, I think?
Yeah, like on a stationary bike, so it's pretty boring, but kept myself somewhat fit, and then the last 2 weeks I've kind of trained like the most I've ever trained to try and get as fit as I can for this.
So well done, congratulations. And of course you have a medal, which looks very grand.
Yeah.
And something that you'll probably have on your wall forevermore.
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
And what does it mean to be the Wilson Run winner?
Just relieved from last year coming second. I just wanted to win it so bad, and I think that's what helped me win.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well done. And,
yeah, so you need to get some rest, and in Sedgwick House I think it's going to be a happy place tonight with lots of people celebrating. But really, really well done, because obviously I know how tough it's been for you to be out of action in terms of running, and then worrying whether you're going to actually be able to do the race, and getting over that line, and you're very determined to sort of win the race.
Yeah.
And we spoke to you earlier on the week. But anyway, well, thank you for joining us in the studio.
Thank you.
And get some rest.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, Dan.
Thanks, Dan.
So we'll just go back to the cameras. So we're just going to go back to Farfield Mill if we can. Okay. So more runners coming through here. So I think we've got the third and fourth girls should be coming through shortly. Here we go. So there's Scarlett coming through in third. Just see it going through past the Farfield Mill entrance. She should closely be followed. Millie should be behind. I think this is Millie coming into shot now in the red, potentially. There we go. Sorry, there we go. Yep, we're coming through. Sorry. That's Tilly, sorry. We've got Tilly coming through. So a little bit of a gap between Scarlett and Tilly. And Millie's just, so it looks like Tilly's just kind of come through past Millie. And then we got Izzy, who we spoke to in the pre-show, who will be coming through shortly. Okay, so if we just jump back to Settle Bridge, the leaders should be coming through there shortly. Brilliant. So we're now back at Settlebeck Bridge, so we should have the lead girls coming through shortly, Jan. Just as we wait for them to come through, we've just got some Evans House boys coming around the corner, so we just can't quite make them out. There's Rob and Henry that are coming around by Saddleback. And we've got Jamie finishing from Powell House, being congratulated from the headmaster. Okay, so we'll just another running coming out. We've got some Schoolhouse boys coming over the line here. Jan, I've got some snacks here.
Have you?
From the Hero's Journey. Obviously, we can't sort of cut to the studio because obviously we've got so many runners coming through, but maybe later on we'll show them. But yeah, it's from the Hero's Journey, which also big in Charlie Simpson Daniel. this company has kindly sponsored the goodie bag. So we saw Dan earlier with his Wilson Run t-shirts.
Yes.
They very kindly sponsored the goodie bags and sort of helped sponsor the race. So we've got some nice snacks to munch on.
Well, thank you, Charlie, and the Hero's Journey. And we'll have those later.
Indeed,
thank you.
So if we go back to Settlebeck Bridge, we should hopefully have the girls coming through. I think they might have just gone through actually, so we're obviously having to switch between cameras here, getting people at the finish. Yeah, that's Harry coming through. Art House, with Dan Harrison. Some more people there coming through.
So we don't know where the girls are, but they must be neck and neck.
They are, yeah, neck and neck at well, it's the things, and they're now coming up sort of through Sedbergh, past the fire station. Oh, here we go, Here we go, that was Hannah. Yeah, so we've got Hannah, the race leader for the girls. Yeah, so we've got Hannah just behind the... Yeah, so the first girl there in the red is Hannah leading, and then we've got Maddie is just tucked in there behind Felix from Evans. So here we go. So very close, so not much in it, but it looks like Hannah's just going to maybe potentially have enough in the tank to get over the line. So it'll be interesting. There we go, and we've got some more winners coming through. Farfield Mill, so we'll now just obviously flick back to the finish. And you can see that the top left there, the runners are now coming. Yeah, we can see Hannah coming down the hill there in the background. Yeah, it's really close. So Maddie is actually gaining on Hannah. So this will be a very interesting sprint finish here. So this is the closest race we've had for a long time, man.
It is.
Really excited. Let's see how this goes. We just need to go back to the finish. So here we go. Let's keep on the finish. So here we get coming through now. There's Jack. Sorry, Oliver, sorry.
Very close.
Oh, here we go. Oh, she's
very tight legs.
Oh, brilliant.
Well done.
That was great effort. Well done.
Yes.
That's brilliant. Hello, Maddie. Fantastic race there. Must be seconds in that, yeah? Must be literally 5 seconds. Yeah. So, fantastic. Got Felix there coming in through for Evans. That's great. Brilliant. So I've been informed that Hannah got her first Cumbria vest on Saturday and then won the Wilson run today on Tuesday. What a few days. So well done for the two girls. So if we keep on sort of the finish, the third and fourth runners for the girls should be coming through soon. Yeah.
So I think, Ben, we're going to stay on the finish line now, aren't we?
Yeah, we are. We are,
Jan.
yeah. Just to get everybody, make sure everybody watching from home and friends and parents can see all the people's come through. So another top 6 finisher here. Well done. That's fantastic. So hopefully we should be seeing the third and fourth girls coming through shortly. Oh, there's a group of people coming here. Oh, it looks like some Evans boys are all coming together. Look at that, yeah. There we go. This is going to be interesting in the medals. There's only a few medals left to give out, so I don't know how that will be determined.
But who gets medals? Is it
top 6?
Top 6? Yeah. No, I think we've had 6 boys come through.
Yeah, I believe it's top 6. Yeah. So I think the third and fourth, so Scarlett should be coming into a view soon. Yeah, I think she's just coming into the field now, so that'll be our third place girl.
Reece, do you want me to stay on the line for a bit or not?
Another one coming through. Looking strong.
So Ben, we've got the Wilson Run concert tonight.
Yes.
And what was it like in your day? Did you all shake hands?
Yes.
Every single person came up on
yeah,
stage?
so now I think it's now the opposite way around. So the leaders coming last.
Oh right, yeah.
So in my day, we'd go on first and sort of shake everybody's hand as they came out. And as the school's grown,
200 runners are quite hard to do. Yeah.
Oh, here's Scarlett. Sorry, Scarlett's just coming over the line. So that's our third place. Good. Runner coming out and look at that. Yeah, having a big hug there from Dan Harrison, the headmaster. And we should be seeing a fourth place finisher coming in. So, yeah. So here we go. So it looks like, is it Tilly, I think, coming through? Yeah. So as we cross the line, okay. Tilly. Well done, Tilly. That's fourth place. Very well done. So that's a great job for Tilly. She sort of came from a bit back and kind of catch that kind of pack of four that were kind of close together.
Yeah, it takes quite a lot of determination at that stage of the race, doesn't it, really, to do that?
Absolutely. But I suppose it all goes back to what we were saying about pacing herself. So I suppose she was probably starting to feel good at Danny and just thought, I've got a bit in the legs here. So,
you talk about these energy gels.
Yes.
This is not something that we had in our day.
I didn't have either.
We had, was it glucose tablets or whatever it's called?
Yeah, you can say that.
It's called.
It's interesting, isn't it, how obviously the Wilson has evolved, because you go back to Pumphrey and we're talking about Pumphrey, I'm sure he didn't have anything, he probably had a banana or something. So here we go, here's Millie crossing the line in fifth place. Well done, Millie. That's really good. But no, it's interesting, isn't it, like we were saying about fell running shoes, the advancements of just the soles and the grip and how lightweight they are now.
Yeah.
It helps in a big way. So,
and presumably still nowadays, they don't come off in the mud, which quite used to do.
Yeah. Well, there's been tales as well in the past where I think some runners strategically have replaced their shoes at Danny.
Oh, really? Is that allowed?
Well, that's I don't know whether it is anymore, but
no.
in the past there have been going to sort of road running shoes and
gosh.
But there's
like a sort of Formula 1 pit stop.
Yeah. Well, yeah, just slip them on and go. But the thing is, by the time you change them, sometimes with your legs too, you don't. It's that change in the shoe that doesn't actually always help. But obviously, some people have thought. Another Hartonian we've just seen there just come through.
So of course now we finish here on the Lupton House pictures, but this is really a sort of safety measure, isn't it? Because it used to be running around the corner, because some people sort of ask.
That's right. So it's changed a couple of years ago, and it's just for safety maybe. Oh, so here we got the sixth place girl, final medal place for Heather. Nice house. Well done, Heather. Brilliant. So yes, going back to your point, and so it changed a couple of years ago. So it's a number of things. It helps. So we've got Izzy coming in 7th there. So it just helps in terms of the medical team on site, the congestion in the town as well. Obviously, as the kind of town's grown and sort of big lorries and things coming through, it just means that the finish line isn't sort of with the road not being closed. It does help congestion in the town. So there's many sort of good reasons that it now finishes on Upton Fields, and
But it's still the same distance, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly the same distance.
Yeah, okay.
Being embraced by all pupils and Sudburyans, but yeah, just.
But what would have been your preference, finishing here or finishing in Library Corner?
That's a tough question.
Is that a tough question? No, I shouldn't ask you that question, should I?
Put me on the spot now.
Ben loses his job.
No, I mean, I think obviously there's something magical about Library Corner in terms of coming around that corner. Nobody can sort of see who's coming. To be fair, we can't really see who's coming around the corner here.
No.
But I think it's probably better. You've got more kind of crowd here in terms of, there's a lot more people spread out right away once they finish there, so that's great. So in a way, I'm giving a real political answer. I haven't really answered the question at all.
You should be a politician. I think there's going to be a few spaces anyway after the next election. So, Benny for Prime Minister.
Yeah.
Of course, now after this, it's a sort of mad rush because the parents and the competitors, they'll go out for dinner.
Yeah,
and they've got to try and get the dinner eaten by the time of the concert.
Yeah,
so
the concert. We mentioned about the concert in my day earlier when we just briefly talked about 10 minutes ago about the concert. And it's now sort of, it used to be in Pole Hall, and due to the sort of size of the school now, the strong numbers of the school, it now takes place in the new Hearst Centre.
Yes.
So, there's a big...
About 1,000 people, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well, strictly speaking, 999.
Yes. Yeah. So it's absolutely packed, whereas...
Not 1,000.
Yeah, Pole Hall was more like, 600, just under 600, so you've got an extra 400 people there, which is brilliant.
Yeah, and they do put on a good show, don't they?
They do.
The school, it is a really great occasion, and of course it's always a sellout. It's very difficult to get tickets for, isn't it?
Indeed, but we do have some guests joining us tonight from the Old Suburban community, which is brilliant. The winners sort of starting to steadily trickle into the finish, which is great. And the carousel's running.
And do they stop this race at a certain time? Do you have to sort of get around in 2 hours or something like that?
I'd say I don't think so much now. Obviously, if there's somebody really struggling, they'll obviously take a check on that and make a decision. But in recent years, most people come round. So So we're now being joined by Hannah in the studio, our girls winner. So we're just going to get her mic'd up as we just wait to speak to her. But we'll keep the kind of finish line rolling, but we'll maybe have a sort of
just to Hannah,
to Hannah, but we'll keep the finish line on maybe in the corner of the screen or something. So we'll speak to Hannah. 2 seconds, Hannah, we'll be with you. So Hannah, fantastic, congratulations.
Thank you.
A few days ago you were sat here having a chat, saying how much you wanted to win the Wilson Run. How does it feel?
I don't really know.
You look a bit overwhelmed.
You're just in shock. What a close race.
Yeah.
I mean, God.
I didn't quite realise how close she was.
Yeah.
I could see the gap just got smaller and smaller.
Yeah.
And then I was on the line. I could hear people yelling that she was just there. So.
Yeah. And you just kept it going. That was really, really good. So, did you know at all that she was close in terms of, say, like at Danny and
Yeah, I could see her. I think from just as we were going off Courtly, the gap it had been about 20 metres the whole way. She did really well.
Excellent.
And I could see by the time we were on the road, she was just behind me. I didn't know if I could
keep going.
But
you did.
Yeah.
You did. That was fantastic.
So in training, was your time much faster than hers, or where were you?
We've not really. I don't really know. We've not really raced too many times or anything. Obviously, it's hard to tell from sort of Monday running and whatnot. So, she did really well. Maddie's really done really well recently.
Well, it was just amazing. Great race, and even so, the top 4 girls, you were all quite close together. So we were getting obviously the time was in. Unfortunately, we sort of our camera at Danny wasn't the signal wasn't quite as strong as we would like it to be, so we couldn't kind of get the footage up the hill there. But we were told that the 4 girls were pretty tightly packed, so there was a little bit of a gap between you and Maddie. And then,
So this is the 140th year. and so you know you're the girls' winner in the 140th year. So how does that feel?
I don't really know. I still can't quite believe that that's happened.
And you probably saw Captain Bill Canning start the race. So he won in 1948, and he's 93, and he's had an amazing career in the military and everything else, but he still remembers his win. So
you'll remember this for many years to come.
Yes, I mean this is probably changed your life now.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
And we were just speaking to Dan earlier, because the boys winner, and he was saying about tonight in Sedgwick House it'll be a brilliant atmosphere. So I'm sure in Carys. A winner. Well, that's what we're thinking. We were just sort of I think you're the first Carys Wilson winner as well. So.
And who's here with you today to watch you?
My mum and my dad are both here.
Oh,
my mum was a bit further down on the track. I was really grateful to her being there. That really kept me going.
So did you have that support spread out throughout the race?
So she was, I think, probably a mile before Sedbergh, and I saw my dad on the line. He was in floods of tears. So that was quite nice.
They must be so proud.
Yeah, and seeing my friends up there in the hill as well.
That's brilliant. Well, Hannah, thank you so much for joining us. You've got lots of people to speak to, and lots of spend some time with your mum and dad, and have a great evening tonight. And congratulations. We'll hopefully see you again soon.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Hannah.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye. So does that bring back memories, Ben?
It does, yeah. I'm just thrilled, for Hannah, because it's just so, when you're speaking to the pupils before, and we do the pre-show interviews, and it's just lovely to see.
And it is something that obviously stays with you all your life. I mean, you can see that really. So, so well done, Hannah. So that's good.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there's a lot of people sprinting in now.
It's like, that's like a cue there. Brilliant.
So Ben, we're on air for another few minutes, and then but the race will be staying on so people can see who's coming through the line. But
so we'll have the camera on, obviously, and keep streaming so people can see through the finishing line. But we'll be wrapping up.
So if I can start sort of just in terms of closing then. It's been another great year. It's our second year live streaming.
Yeah.
How do you think it's gone?
It's gone well. We just need to sort of find out what these gremlins are in the 4G. It might be that it's just one of those things that we can't, unless we get a satellite, actually get coverage from those locations.
So what we really need is a kind OS to help us with streaming. We'll put the word out there, see if anyone can help us.
We'll go to the next stage.
Yes, does anybody work for the BBC or Sky or something?
And have a satellite.
So
we'll just have to sort of see what we can do there. But we are limited in terms of.
Maria, stop. Oh, sorry, we're just having a bit of a technical issue here because somebody's about to knock over one of the lights. Nearly had a bit of an accident here in the studio.
It's all for the games.
But not that you've ever done that, Ben, have you? No.
It's all good. It's got more winners coming over the line now.
Yes. So I mean, apart from those gremlins, though, it's been good, hasn't it?
It's great. Well, we've had live coverage throughout the race, which has been brilliant. We've been able to speak to lots of people and get the sort of stats coming through from our technical team. But it's just so tricky because we just obviously it's such a remote part of some of these courses literally.
Which of course is the attraction of the run.
Yeah.
Isn't it? So we wouldn't have it any other way. But
it keeps us on our toes as well when we're presenting.
We have to talk to each other for a whole hour and a half, which is more than
we've been live for 2 hours and a bit. So.
I feel I got to know you all the better, Ben.
It's been a pleasure.
Yes, indeed. And it's been great to meet some of these the older Wilson Run winners. And of course, Gerald Tyler, it's a shame that you talked to him.
But we will, next year, we will get some footage. And as I said to him when I spoke to him yesterday, that we were out for the New York OS dinner on the 30th of May. So we'll try and sort of visit as many also Biggins in America as we can when we go.
Indeed, yes. So that's part of our world tour, really, isn't it?
Yeah.
To do that. So
indeed, and we've got sort of, just for those viewers that listening in, we've got an event on Thursday evening at the Spotted Horse in Putney for those London-based also Biggins and friends and parents that might want to come along for a few drinks and reconnect with the school.
So I think that's pretty our message, isn't it, really? Yeah. The reason we do this is to connect with the Sedbergh community around the world. So please stay in touch, do email us, write in, whatever, come to events, come back to the school. We do make a very fine cup of tea here in our studios, don't we? Sort of,
and some nice buns.
A nice way, if you come early, otherwise they're all gone, really.
Yeah.
But yes, so...
yeah, so OS are always welcome and friends of the school.
Yes, yes. So, is there anything you want to say in closing? Or
just a massive thank you, to Hero's Journey, our sponsors, and Brew and Dolphin, LBC, and to Bob Peters, travel counsellors.
And Hero's Journey as well, of course.
Yeah, as I said, so absolutely. So, without them, we couldn't have made this event possible today. And just to say, a massive well done to all the runners. They've done an incredible job. Obviously, there's still runners now coming over as we sort of finish our sort of commentary.
And of course, all the volunteers who've helped us, and of course, the people
here
in
our
our
team,
offices
so we've got our office,
worked very hard to do this. So.
Yeah, so we've got Maria, Emily, Katie, Helen, the whole team, David.
Yeah.
I'm sure I've messed somebody out. But,
and of course, but also the people who do all the transmission, which...
yes, in terms of Shockwave Digital.
Shockwave Digital and Reese and his team. Yep. So we're very grateful to them. So good. Well, well done to all the competitors.
Yeah. Well, I think it's time now
to close. And so thank you to everybody who's stayed tuned in. And we will see you in 2025. Hopefully with better signals and
in our quincentenary year.
Quincentenary year. Yes.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
I'm not actually training them. Oh my god, that made me need to have it. You know what? That's
Just opposite on the corner. Yes.
did. I couldn't read the words, and there's one coming in now. I don't know if it is last one, but it's on the way. Alan. Oh, really? I got 2 bars back to that. Have you got the live updates on locations? No. Okay, no worries. Alright, see you in a bit. Your name again is? Hello. It looks like everyone decided to clear off, so whoever is anyone else left, they're not going to get a reception. Okay, cool. Alright, yep, in a bit. No worries.